Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the dictionary. Yay! I don't know what's going on. All right. So thank you for listening to this podcast. I say it many times, and I will say it as long as I physically can, because the fact that anybody is listening to this is pretty great. Okay, so happy the letter D. Happy page 313. Happy August 2022. If you are listening to this around the time that this is airing, we made it to another letter. I'm so happy for all of us. This is great. Yeah, I have so many thoughts in my head. Okay, well, this is the beginning of the letter D. There was a month break. Maybe some of you did not get to experience the month break, and that's really great for you. Maybe other people were really sad, like, oh, crap, there's a whole month I gotta wait. I'm sorry. I just needed some time. I'm actually recording this in June, just to get a little bit ahead. Yeah, so that's going to be the way this goes. Why don't we talk about the words? Okay. Oh, and then the last thing is, of course, as I've mentioned many times, I will probably start swearing whenever the mood strikes me, and so you can tell me what you think about that if you want. There's all the contact info is in the show notes. The first word in this first episode of the letter D is the letter D. It's just pronounced D. It's the first form. It's one single lonely letter. It is a noun from before the 12th century. Yes, the letter D is very, very old, hundreds of years old. The plural would be Ds, DS, with or without an apostrophe. Sometimes it's capitalized. 1A, the fourth letter of the English alphabet. That's what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D. There it is, right in the number 4 spot. 1B, a graphic representation of this letter. And I'm pretty sure that every single letter so far, A, B, C, have all started with those same two things. This letter of the English alphabet, the graphic representation of this letter. And then we have 1C, a speech counterpart of orthographic, and then it shows the letter D. So I guess that's the sound that you make representing the letter D is D. Number 2, 500. And it says to see the number table. So this is what we call Roman numerals. The capital D is 500. I think I have heard that they do sometimes use lowercase letters for numbers too, but maybe not. I'm not sure. I know we've got M and D and X and L and I and V, and I think those are the only ones. Yeah, I just think it's so fun that they created a whole number system with just letters. 3, the second tone of a C major scale. Huh. I think that's... couldn't they... it seems highly specific. The second tone of a C major scale. Yes, that's true. But couldn't they just say, like, this, one of the notes in musical scale? I don't know. But yes. C, D, E, F, G. I want to go H, I. Nope, but no, it goes back down to A. G, A, B, C. 4, a graphic device for reproducing the letter D. So I think that could be, just the letter D on like a digital screen, or a physical, if you have to print the letter D, that physical thing to print it, I guess you could say that's D. That's D right there. Number 5, one designated the letter D, especially as the fourth in order or class. I feel like I've heard blah, 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 D class. I don't know what would use D class, but there are things that use D class, and maybe, I don't know what they are. But yeah, I assume that A class would be the top one, and then you go down, down, down until you get to D. Number 6A, a grade rating a student's work as poor in quality. you get a D in a class, on a test, on a something, and yeah, it's not considered real great. It's below average, according to what people say. Some schools, they use E after D. Some use F after D for fail. They basically mean the same thing. I do think it is very odd that we skip, like I didn't have the letter E in a grading thing. I think it's funny that they skip the letter E, but F does make sense for fail. So maybe we need to adjust. Maybe we need to have all the letters, all the 6 letters, A, B, C, D, E, F, and then we can adjust these a little bit. But then you don't have one in the center that's average. I don't think we're ever going to change it. I don't think I got any D's. I'm pretty sure. That range scared me in classes. 6B, one graded or rated with a D. And there it shows a capital D. 7, something shaped like the letter D. Specifically, a semicircle on a pool table about 23 inches in diameter for use especially in snooker. I must have seen this semicircle on a pool table before, but I can't remember. It's probably only certain pool tables that have it. So yeah, maybe we'll post a picture of this D on a pool table. And then how do they use this in talking about it when they're playing snooker? What are they like? Yeah, go put the ball on the D or something. It's probably like that. It's 23 inches in diameter. Number 8A. Actually, all of 8 is capitalized. There's 2 of them. 8A. It is the 2B definition for the word defense or defense, however you want to say it. As in, play tough D. Defense. Defense. And then the opposite would be O, but I don't know if they ever say O. Do they? I don't know. 8B is the 4B definition, also for the word defense. Defense. Let's see. That's it for that first one. There's no etymology. We don't know where the letter D came from. No, there actually is that really cool evolution of the alphabet chart thing. So it came from a thing, and maybe I'll post a picture of that too. I don't know what I'm going to do for a sound effect. I'm trying to do I had some thoughts. I need to do something different. We'll do okay. Next is the second form of just the letter D, the lowercase little d. This is an abbreviation for 14 things. Number 1, date. 2, daughter. 3, day. 4, dead or deceased. 5 is the prefix deci, D-E-C-I. 6, degree. 7 is different because it is for penny or pence, and that is from the Latin denarius or denarii. So that's the Latin word for penny or pence. Number 8, depart or departure. 9, diameter. I think it's funny. We going back to the snooker thing. The D has a diameter, so there's the D and the D and the D and the D and the D, all the D's. Okay, back to the abbreviation. Number 10, differential or just differential. 11, dimensional, like 3-dimensional. 12, distance. 13, dorsal. And 14, drive or driving. So technically we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 different words that D can be abbreviated to. But no, we're not done. We have more. What was my sound effect? Doo-woo! It is the first form of the capital letter D. This is also an abbreviation for 1, Democrat with a capital D, 2, derivative, and 3, Dutch with a capital D. Yeah, for the Democrat one, if you're watching the news and they're talking about elections, And then it'll have a little R and a little D next to somebody's name, and that says whether or not they're Democrat or Republican, or maybe it's something else, something new. We need to get more parties into this two-party system, please and thank you. Next. Woo! Okay, that is now the sound effect. I don't even know what it was before. It is the second form of capital D. This is the symbol for deuterium. D-E-U-T-E-R-I-U-M. Deuterium or deuterium. I don't know where that sits on the periodic table. We're going to learn all about that when we get to the P's, because that's where the periodic table is. Whee! Next is the D prefix. Prefix? Prefix. Yes, it is just D hyphen. You can... They show you can emphasize the D or de-emphasize the D, and that probably depends on the word that you're talking about. D. Number 1. Oh my God, what is this word? Dextrorotatory. Dextrorotatory or rotatory? No, I think it's rotatory. As in D-tartaric acid. D-tartaric acid, that stands for dextrorotatory tartaric acid. Wow. Okay. Sorry about that. Number 2, having a similar configuration at a selected carbon atom to the configuration of dextrorotatory glyceraldehyde. And this is usually printed as a small capital. So it's a capital letter, but it's a tiny one. So it's the same size as the lowercase. As in the example, D-fructose. And yeah, there it's the capital D, but it's the small one, hyphen fructose. Something about similar configurations of carbon atoms and things with words I can't pronounce. Whee! Next is, okay, so this looks like it's a suffix because it's hyphen D, but it says it's a symbol. So this is used after, after the figure 2 or 3 to indicate the ordinal number second or third. As in the example, 2D, and you would pronounce that second, or 53D, that's the lowercase d, and you would pronounce that 53rd. Because first doesn't have a D, second, there's the D in there, third has the D, but then fourth, fifth, all those, they have like THs. So the first and the second, the second and the third, you can abbreviate to just the letter D, and it's a suffix because it is at the end of the number that you're talking about, the ordinal number. Did you learn something new? I hope so. Hooey! Next is, what is this? It's apostrophe D. Yeah, apostrophe D. And let's see, you would pronounce it, I guess, D or ud or id. Those are a few ways to pronounce it. It's a verb from 1712, and it means a few things. Number 1, synonym, had. Number 2, synonym, would. Number 3, synonym, did. So, how can I quickly think of an example? So, I apostrophe D can mean I had. No, I have to think of this in context. I'd do this. I would do this. So there's the number 2 synonym. I would do this. You're replacing would with apostrophe D. I did do this. I don't know if I would use that there. We'd do this. W-E apostrophe D. You know, all those examples. Had, would, did. Hooey! Next is, I guess you would pronounce it da or day, but there is no official pronunciation. It's just DA. It is an abbreviation for a prefix, which I don't know if I've ever seen an abbreviation for a prefix. The prefix, by the way, is deca, D-E-K-A. So I guess in certain contexts, you would abbreviate just that part of it to just DA. 4 letters to 2 letters. Whee! Next is D-A. That's how it's pronounced. All caps, first form, noun from 1951. The etymology looks fun. D-A, it stands, the synonym is ducktail. DuckTales, DuckTales. But that's spelled T-A-L-E, like the tales of the ducks, the stories. No, this one is ducktail, T-A-I-L, the thing on the back of a duck. And this, why are we pronouncing it D-A? What's the D-A? Well, let me tell you. It is duck's ass. D for ducks and A for ass. And it's from its resemblance to the tail of a duck. Okay, so we're not literally talking about a duck tail or a duck's butt or a duck's ass, the rear end of a duck. We are talking about something else, which, okay, I can tell you when we're going to get to ducktail, because it's clearly a specific thing. It is going to be way at the end of the D's, and it is, let's see, duck. So many duck words. Ducktail is going to air on May 18th, 2023, whatever that is. But it looks like a duck's ass. Wee! We have DA again, second form, abbreviation for 1, days after acceptance. I'm not sure what context that would be in. 2, delayed action. 3, deposit account. 4, dictionary of Americanisms. So I guess there's a whole bunch of phrases that people say in America, and they are Americanisms, and there's a book called the Dictionary of Americanisms, and it gets abbreviated to just DA. 5, district attorney. 6, documents against acceptance, or documents for acceptance. That could get complicated. You've got documents against acceptance and for acceptance, but they both get abbreviated to DA, so how do you know which is which? And number 7, don't answer. Please, don't answer this question. DA. Okay, next. Wee! DA, all caps, there is a /, the one that leans to the right. I think that's the / D/A. Abbreviation for digital to analog. So digital, so I guess if you're making an analog thing from a digital thing, like maybe you're making film for a movie or a cassette tape from audio, anything that's analog from digital to analog, it's DA. D/A. Wee! Next is dab. DAB, first form of 4, noun from the 14th century, 1. A sudden blow or thrust, and the synonym is poke. In my brain, I don't think of poke and a sudden blow or thrust to be the same thing. A poke is just a poke. It's just a little poke. But, maybe back in the day they had a different definition for poke. Dab, yeah, I guess that makes a little more sense, but we have many ways that we use this word these days. 2, a small amount. Just a little dab will do ya. Just a little bit. Maybe just a little dab of this podcast every day is just enough to get you through. Maybe a minute or 2. Oh man, I forgot to do the TikTok thing while we were when I started this. Should I just do one now? Is it in the middle? How can we do that? No, we're not going to do that because it takes time for me to find a funny filter, and maybe later. Actually, I may have a guest on tomorrow's episode, so maybe that would be a good time to do that. Okay. Dab, a small amount. That was number 2. 3, a gentle touch or stroke. And the synonym is pat. Pat or poke. It's a dab. Number 4, the synonym is daub, D-A-U-B. We'll get to that one later, not too much later, a couple weeks maybe. A daub. Next, ooh-wee. We have the second form of dab. This time it's a verb from 1562, starting with transitive. Number 1, to strike or touch lightly. And then again, the synonym is pat. As in, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. Maybe she just has she's a little sad, or maybe it's happy tears. Little happy or sad tears. Her eyes are very watery, and she has to dab them. Number 2, to apply lightly or irregularly. Oh, and the synonym is daub, D-A-U-B, as in dab paint. So you're just putting a little bit of paint. I think of, that guy who I can't think of his name because anytime I try and think of something, it goes away from my head. With the big fro, and he had the painting show, and Ross? Yeah. Oh my God, why can't I think of his name? Anyway, he probably put little dabs of paint on the stuff, the canvas. Now we have intransitive, to make a dab. So what would that be? Make a dab, are we talking about the paint here, applying lightly, or maybe patting something? Is that the dab we're making? Or maybe we're making a dab, the noun. So that would be a sudden blow or thrust, a small amount, a gentle touch or stroke. Dabber, that is a noun. Hoo-wee, hoo-wee. Man, I keep on going to the same sounds. Let's try something different later. Okay, third form of dab. This one's back to noun. From the 15th century, the synonym is just flatfish. They call it a dab. But we have especially any of several flounders. That's the end of the sentence. The genus name is Limanda, especially Limanda. And it says compare to the synonym or possibly antonym sand dab. So maybe that's a kind of flounder. Flatfish. Why do they call it a dab? Huh. That's interesting. It just says it's from Anglo-French dab with 2 B's and an E. That's all I got. Wee. Next is the fourth form of dab, noun, again from 1691. This one is chiefly British, and it is a skillful person. They got all the skills, so they're a dab. There is no etymology. It says the origin is unknown. We don't know why a dab is a skillful person. Maybe some British people have some thoughts on that. Whoop. Next is DAB, all caps, abbreviation for Dictionary of American Biography. American biography, what does that even mean? Is it the biography of all of America? What is this Dictionary of American Biography? Maybe I'll post a link in the show notes so you can learn more about the dab. Next. It is dabble. Verb from 1557, starting with transitive. To wet by splashing or by little dips or strokes. And the synonym is spatter. This could also be talking about paint. You're dabbling paint on a canvas or some piece of paper or a wall or your face. But it's just splashing or just little dips or strokes. Okay, we just had the one transitive. Now we have a few intransitive. 1A, to paddle, splash, or play in, or as if in water. Dabble in the water. Maybe it's a puddle. You're paddling, splashing, or playing in the puddle. 1B, to reach with the bill to the bottom of shallow water in order to obtain food. To reach with the bill. So a bird, a duck, a thing like that has a bill, they're putting their bill in the bottom of the shallow water to get some food. I right away think of flamingos, because they stick their head in the water upside down, and they put their bill right to the bottom of the thing. They just are hanging out in some very shallow water, so they're dabbling. Number 2, to work or involve oneself superficially or intermittently, especially in a secondary activity or interest, as in dabbles in art. I guess you could say I dabble in art. This podcast, I'm sort of dabbling in it because it's not currently my main thing. It's off to the side. I have a day job, and I just do this on nights and weekends whenever I have time. And so I'm just dabbling in it. I would like it if it was more than just a dabble. A dibble, maybe. Okay, dabbling in art. I think a lot of people dabble in art just for fun because we need more art. In fact, just today, my brother-in-law sent me a picture. He's at a museum, and there was a quote painted on the wall that said, from somebody, I don't know who, it said, "We need more art," or "We need to make more art," or "Create more art." And if you've been thinking about dabbling in art, I think you should go dabble in art. Whoop. Last word, dabbler. D-A-B-B-L-E-R. Noun from 1611. Oh, and okay, good. One that dabbles. That is a dabbler. One that dabbles as one not deeply engaged in or concerned with something. So yeah, they're just dabbling in art. It's like, it's cool. It's fine. I'm not deeply engaged in it. I'm superficially engaged in it. B, a duck as a mallard or shoveler that feeds by dabbling. So yeah, that's where you put the bill in the water and you get the food. A duck that feeds by dabbling is a dabbler. Called also dabbling duck, which is very close in my brain to babbling brook. Maybe there's a dabbling duck and a babbling brook eating the food. Also, puddle duck and river duck. Those are all dabblers. A synonym for this would be for the A definition is amateur or amateur. You know, because they're not doing it professionally, they just dabble. Let's see. There's no etymology for that. So, the words today, they were great. They were D, 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 id, da, D-A, 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 dab, 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 D-A-B, dabble, and dabbler. Well, and I forgot to mention, there are more dabs. You know, these days we have the dab dance, which is where you put the one arm crossed in front of you, and then you put the other arm out, and then maybe you put your head down by the crossed arm. That's a dab. And then there is another dab thing that is cannabis related, but that's all I'll say about that. So those are the only other dab things I know of that I can think of. But we have to pick a word of the episode. So I think the first word of the episode for the letter D will be dabble. I think that's good. Dabble. Because it's just fun to dabble in things. Like, oh God, this word sounds so strange now. You know, playing in water, feeding in water, and just superficially doing a thing that's fun. I hope you have a good thing that you dabble in. You're a dabbler. Dabble, dabble, dabble. We need to dabble. Dabble in art and other things. Dabble. It's a fun word to say, too. Okay, I think that is a fine place to end. It's been a while since I recorded, and it's been a while since I've talked about personal things going on in my life, so why not say that? There's going to be a whole lot more by the time this actually airs, but I don't know. What do I have to say? I just talk about movies, because I like to see a lot of movies. If you want to see what I say about the movies, and more specifically the movies that I watch, you can follow me on my Twitter and Instagram, which is at Spejampar, Spejampar, and I post about the things there. Oh man, I've seen so many movies. I don't even know where to start. I'll just quickly list some of them. I've seen Everything Everywhere All at Once 3 times now. I saw some movies on a plane for work. 9 Days was really good. Bye Bye Morons was really good. The Nick Cage movie, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, is very fun and interesting and good. And it's just watch it and then just think about like what it was like for him to make that movie in the real world. That sort of broke my brain a little bit. Radio Days was really good. I'm not a fan of Woody Allen just personally, but his movies are really good, most of them. So Radio Days was really good. Trading Places, I had never seen that. I'm a child of the 80s, and somehow I never saw it. It wasn't really what I was expecting, but it was really good and got more serious than I thought it would. And yeah, that's a good one, and it's a good statement about corporate greed and stuff. Yeah. The Chip and Dale movie. If you are semi-aware of Chip and Dale, the Chipmunks, go watch that movie. That was really good. That sort of it was good. Yeah, I liked it. It's sort of like the Roger Rabbit world where cartoons and other things live in the real world. And yeah, I really like that one. I don't even remember how far back this whole list goes, but Men, that was another good one. Creepy movie, thriller kind of horror movie. But yeah, that was worth watching for adults. I think everybody should be required to see that. I also think everybody should be required to see Happening, which is about a woman in like 1960s France who tries to get an abortion, and it's very, very illegal. So that is timely for our world right now. If you've never seen The Birdcage, go see The Birdcage. I'm sorry, this totally became a thing of movie recommendations, which I have no problem with, and I hope you have no problem with either. Bob's Burgers movies, the movie, there's just one. They haven't made another one yet. That's a very silly, fun movie. The Brady Bunch movie, how did I never see this one either? Also, not what I expected, and I really enjoyed it. The Apartment, please go see The Apartment. It's an older movie, but again, very silly, but also very serious. And yeah, worth watching. Everybody should watch it. I don't know. I think I've probably talked enough about these. And, you know, that's it. I'm still working on pondering, thinking about having a live episode of this, like with some guests, some comedians, and people to come and watch. I think that would be really fun. It's a whole thing, but maybe that'll happen, and if it does, I'll tell you about it. Okay. You probably tuned out long time ago, and that's fine. I don't mind. I get it. You got a life. You got to go do stuff, right? Okay. Well, that is going to be the it for this first episode of The Letter D. Tomorrow we may have a guest. I may actually record that tomorrow with my dad. Okay, thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello.
Hello.
Word nerds, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm good.
There's a second voice. There might even be a third voice here.
Yay.
Yeah, so clearly, you've probably seen in the title, we have a returning guest, no less, my dad, Jim Parks.
Here we are in the post-C era. Now we're in the D's.
Yes, we are. This is the second episode of the D's,
Ooh.
very early on. Yeah, how are you doing, Dad?
Well, I should say I'm in my backyard with you, and the birds are singing, and it is a beautiful day.
A beautiful Sunday morning.
Yes, yes. Do you fix these in time? Do you say with the dates that this is recorded?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay, well, tomorrow's the 4th of July, so figure it out.
do your math. Well, this will actually air on August 2nd, so we're like almost exactly a month away. Yeah.
You work well in advance.
I try. I'm gonna be recording the beginning of the D's slowly over July, so I'm like ready and caught up and like ahead of the game before they air on August 1st. Yeah, it's a little weird to get back into it, but But yeah,
But here we are.
We are.
on this beautiful day.
yeah. All right, let's talk about these D words.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a little bit before we get to the actual word dad. Obviously, if you guys couldn't figure out, the word dad is in this episode. Also, the word daddy, which feels a little bit weird to say as a 40, almost 2-year-old person to his 30 more year old dad. Anyway,
Yeah. Know what you mean.
but it's in here too. Okay, the first word in this episode is dabbling. Dabbling. You could put more G at the end if you want. DABBLING. I think it's kind of funny. They have it separated by the syllables, and it's dab, bling. Bling, I don't know. Bling, dabbling. This is a noun from circa 1847. A superficial or intermittent interest, investigation, or experiment, as in his dabblings in philosophy and art. Do you dabble? Is there anything that you feel like you have a superficial
no.
or intermittent interest in?
Well, what came to mind was if somebody was just spending a little time in the jewelry business, they would be dabbling. I don't know.
Dabbling and bling.
I don't. What do I dabble in? I don't think I dabble.
If you do something, you do it. All your art is not dabbling. You're invested.
No, I'm very serious about that. Spent a lot of time
Yeah.
at that. No, I don't dabble in that.
I am not dabbling in this podcast. I don't know if I dabble in anything either. I'm like, I've been interested in things. I guess in the past I've sort of dabbled, and then it's like, oh well, maybe that's not the thing, or maybe it doesn't stick or whatever. But
Yeah. I would. I guess I was thinking about this today. Science. I have no patience for math or statistics or anything like that, but I am interested in what science does.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do science.
Right. You appreciate what science has to say and what it has done for us,
Right.
but not in the actual how to get to that
Oh,
point.
really? Like
Yeah.
what?
And I'm the opposite kind of.
Really?
Yeah, I've always been much more into math and science than the humanities, the English writing, reading, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But-
So what this new telescope is
Yeah,
doing?
James Webb.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh my God, I'm so excited for July 12th. I don't know how this connects to dabbling, but I'm sure we'll get there. July 12th, they're releasing the first images.
Excellent.
Yeah. So are you dabbling? Are you thinking about dabbling in science?
Well, on Facebook, I joined the James Webb group
Oh, cool.
just to see what's up. I didn't know it was the 12th. I knew it was mid-July, but cool.
Yeah.
Is that when they're going to release images or?
The first set of images they're going to release, which I'm sure they've had for days or weeks now by this point. But yeah, they have to study them, to check them out, see, make sure everything is good, and then they're like, and then we release them to the public, and I'm so excited for that. So
we spent a lot of time on dabbling, didn't we?
Yes. After each word, I do a sound effect. What sound should we do? I don't know if there's any words in this episode that have a sound associated with them. I could just, Dad. That could be a sound. We can do variations on that.
That's a dabble.
Do you want to do for the sound effect? We'll trade off.
What sound effect for dabble? Bloop.
No, just a sound effect for the whole episode. We do one like Sharon and I did, like a rough, like a bark, a dog sound for the end of the seas.
I do a good dog bark.
I know you do. We did that. That was the last episode. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
Actually, no. That does work for this episode because we do have a dog in this episode.
Oh, okay, good. I'll save it.
Well, do you have a thought, Mother?
I have no thought.
Okay. All right. We'll do a dog bark again.
Observer.
All right. So, dog bark.
Now?
Yeah.
You ready? Okay. I'm backing off from the mic.
Thank you.
It's a little dog.
His little dog. I don't know if it was with you or maybe it was me and somebody else, but I tried to copy your sound and somebody was like, "Where's the dog?" Like they literally thought there was a
Cool.
dog barking.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, our next word is dab chick. Dab and chick, one word. Noun from circa 1550. Any of several small grebes. Grebes. Don't know what this is. They say it's probably an irregular form of the obsolete English word dop, D-O-P, which means to dive, plus the English word chick. So maybe a small grebe is a bird? Maybe it's a bird that dives into the water? Do you know of a grebe?
It sounds like a bird.
Seems like it.
I would think it was a bird, but Dobchick, I have no clue. Got nothing.
Yeah, it's technically dab chick, but it's from dob, which means to dive. So that's all I got. That's my guess. It does seem like it would be a good crossword word, though. Grebe
Yes, it would.
and dab chick. Okay. Ruff, ruff.
Oh.
Next is dab hand. 2 words. Noun from circa 1828. This is chiefly British, so this is we're not. I'm not familiar with this one. Yeah, and yes, we are clearly outside because there's some toddler yelling over there. The synonym for this one is just the word expert. Do you have a dab hand? I don't know. Is it? It doesn't say where it's from. Yeah, it's technically from. Okay, so it's from the 4th form of dab, which was in yesterday's episode, which is also chiefly British, which is just a skillful person. So if you have a dab hand at a thing, you are an expert.
Oh, I have friends in England. I'll ask them.
There you go.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah, you have a dab hand at art. Just all of the art.
Why, thank you.
And the singing and the acting and the talking.
Things I don't dabble in.
It is interesting why it's dab. I don't know. I mean, looking back at the other forms of dab, yeah, not sure where the British got that, but that's what it is.
Who knows? Everything they do is like 500 years old, so.
Yeah. Bark time.
Bark, bark, bark.
Ooh. Very good. You're going to confuse the local fauna.
If I start other dogs in the neighborhood
Yeah,
barking,
they're
now
going.
we're into something.
Yeah. Okay, our next word is, I think it's pronounced da capo. Da capo. 2 words. D-A is the first word, and then C-A-P-O. It's not capo like I thought it would be. Da capo. Adverb or adjective from circa 1724, and it means from the beginning. And this is used as a direction in music to repeat. So you get to the end, and it says da capo, and then you go back to the beginning. And then, of course, this is Italian, because all of our musical terms are Italian. Yeah.
I didn't know this. You listen to this, you learn some things.
That's half the point of this. Maybe more than half.
I'm getting smarter.
Oh, yay. I've probably seen da capo. I've played lots of pieces of music, but I don't know. I don't remember. Maybe it's a more old school way to put that. I don't know. There's various ways that sheet music will say repeat a thing. So.
Isn't there like 2 dots at the end of a phrase or something that means go back to the beginning?
Yeah. And
that's the sign for da capo.
I guess so. I wonder what it means. It doesn't actually say. There's no etymology. Italian people. What does this mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Rough. Next word is.
Oh, is that the bit? After every word, you're supposed to do the
You
bark?
do the sound effects so you know you're designating between the first one and the next one.
I didn't get the bit. Okay.
I'm so sorry I didn't explain it to you well.
Okay.
And I just like to change it up and have fun with it. The next word is dace. D-A-C-E. Noun from the 15th century. Number 1, a small freshwater European cypripnid fish. And the scientific name for that one is Luscus luscus. It's spelled Leuciscus twice. It's two words. Luciscus. No. Luciscus. Maybe that's it. Luciscus. I want to hear somebody say that with a lisp. Luthithkuth.
Sounds Swedish.
Okay, so it's a fish. Number 2 for dace. Any of various small North American freshwater cypripnid fishes. So the first one is European, and the second one is North American. And I just don't know my fishes.
There's a lot there's a lot we don't know. I'm sure this book is full of things we don't know.
I think at least there's at least like 10 words in this book that I don't know.
All right, I have to ask you this.
Yeah.
Do any of these words and their meanings stick with you, the ones that you've done?
Handful.
Yeah?
A handful, yeah. There are ones, and I go to some common examples. The ones that have like a really, really interesting definition or a really, really interesting etymology stick with me. Like I've mentioned carnival many times. That one just sort of blew my mind. I'm sure a lot of people know it, but carnival came from the original, it was either Latin or Italian, carne levare or levare. It basically means to remove meat. And carnival is during Lent, which is where people get rid of meat. And so that's the basis of it. It's all about the festival of getting rid of meat in your diet for that like 40 days. But then it became
something of its own.
Right, it's now a whole other thing. And I think there was even more to it than just that. There was some other etymology or a similar word around that same, I don't know. But yeah, I just thought that one was fascinating.
Cool.
Yeah.
The stories are good.
So yeah, some of them stick with me. Thank you. Next word, dacha or something like that. Dacha, D-A-C-H-A, noun from 1896, a Russian country cottage used especially in the summer when it's probably still really cold.
Yeah.
I want to see a picture, so maybe I'll post a picture on social media of a dacha. This is from Old Russian, and it means land allotted by a prince. It's also akin to the Latin word dos, which means dowry. So, land allotted to a prince or by a prince. So maybe the prince gives somebody a dowry. And then there's more at the word date. So maybe you'd take a date to the dacha. I don't know.
So I think of this as pronounced as daca, as a daca. But the pronunciation is dacha?
Yeah, it shows the CH. I would think the same thing, daca, but maybe both are fine.
Yeah, I think of that as where the oligarchs in Russia live. They're daca for the summer.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If they're not on their yachts.
Yeah. But I'm really curious to see what a Russian country cottage looks like. It's either going to be like a real cute cabin or some massive property.
Massive property, I'm thinking.
Yeah. Okay. What's the sound of a dachshund? It's probably the sound that you've already been making.
I got nothing here. What?
A dachshund, the dog. What sound does the dachshund make?
That's a dog? A dachshund?
Dachshund.
Oh, a dachshund. Oh, yeah. Oh,
this one.
Oh, okay. the
The
sausage
wiener dog.
dogs. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Sorry, I just didn't get that. That's what they mean.
There you go. Okay. Dachshund is our next word. You could say dachshund, dachshund, or just sausage dog or wiener dog or hot dog or.
Yeah.
It is spelled D-A-C-H-S-H-U-N-D. Noun from 1882. Any of a breed of long-bodied, short-legged dogs of German origin that occur in short-haired, long-haired, and wire-haired varieties. So it is from the German Dachs, which means badger, and Hund, which means dog. So does that mean it's a badger dog? Did they hunt badgers? Did they... Dachshunds, I think, are a little on the vicious side, but badgers are way more vicious, I think.
I always thought they had bred them so that they could go into the underbrush and
The small little
and hunt,
areas.
hunt stuff. Maybe that's what
Yeah.
they're hunting.
I think they did. And I've mentioned this before, I just find the evolution of dogs so fascinating because it's all human done.
Yeah.
We said we want this to look like this, to act like this, to have these physical attributes, and this is a perfect example. This dog has shorter legs, so we're going to breed that with this other dog that has shorter legs because we really want a dog that's small and long and can get into these little areas.
Yeah.
They're like totally bred by us.
Yeah, and it all came from wolves.
All
So-
came from wolves. Wolves, yeah. These are, I don't know, these are like very cute but very funny looking dogs.
This is where the sound effects are really important.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that what they
appropriate.
sound like?
Right.
Pretty much. While they're going to get badgers. I think that is it. So you already did the sound, the barky bark. Barky bark and the funky bunch. The next word is dacron or dacron. Capital D-A-C-R-O-N. How do you say it? Dacron. It is a trademark, and it is used for a synthetic polyester textile fiber. Are you familiar with this? Is this...
I know there's nylon and dacron and there's rayon.
Rayon, yeah.
Yeah. Some chemical difference between them.
Yeah,
Some synthetic.
this one's a
materials.
synthetic polyester textile fiber.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know those. I've heard of those other ones, but I have not heard of dacron or however you want to say it. Dacron. If you look at the ingredients of your shirt, it might say dacron,
Maybe.
I guess.
Maybe.
How have I never heard of this one?
Really? This is new to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm learning.
Will it stick though?
Probably not. No, if I'll see it. I'll see it somewhere tomorrow, probably.
Right.
Right?
And you'll go,
And-
oh yeah.
I learned about that in my podcast. Good timing. Okay, the next word is dactyl. D-A-C-T-Y-L. Noun from the 14th century. A metrical foot consisting of one long and two short syllables, or of one stressed and two unstressed syllables, as in the word tenderly. Dactylic is an adjective or a noun. And where does this come from? Let's see. It is from the Greek dactylos, which literally means finger, and it is from the fact that the first of three syllables is the longest, like the joints of the finger. That's why it's called dactyl. In poetry, this gets used? I just like in words in general, but I feel like it probably also gets used in poetry, prose, theater, Shakespeare. Maybe are you familiar with this?
I'm not, but yes, poetry definitely, because a certain syllable is stressed.
And then two unstressed, like tenderly, and so the first joint, the first bone on the finger closest to the palm of your hand is longer than the other two. It's such a weird way
That is
to
weird one,
name
yeah.
this thing, but
Right.
it's the word is like a finger. That's literally what it.
You know what I
is.
have to say about this?
Very good. I'm trying to think if I have anything else, but no, I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Okay. Barky bark. Next is, it's the dactyl prefix. Dactyl or dactylo, and it just means finger or toe or digit, as in dactylology. It's a funny word. Dactylology.
What's the flying dinosaur? Pterodactyl.
Yeah. So the first part of that is wing. P-T-E-R.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. And then dactyl is because I think if they're similar to bats, I think their wing is literally made up of their fingers.
Yeah,
If you look
right.
at a bat's wings, it's their fingers.
Right.
And And so I think they're like that. Pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl.
Yeah.
I said pterodactyl. That
Oh,
that
no,
ain't
no.
right.
That's
No,
wrong.
No.
You're fired.
Okay.
Next is, oh, look at this. It's dactylology. It's a noun from circa 1656. Well, this is interesting. This is not what I thought it would say. It's the synonym finger spelling. So it's not the study of fingers, toes, or digits, which is what I thought it would be. Finger spelling. What, like sign language? What is this?
Oh, yeah.
Dactylology?
I don't know.
This is I may have to put a link in the show notes and say give us some more information, because I'm a little confused by that. But maybe we will see finger spelling in this book in the F's.
So dactyl is all this dactyl stuff has to do with fingers and
Toes
relations
or digits.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's what that prefix, if we go back to the previous word, the dactyl prefix, fingers, toes, digits. Anytime you see dactyl at the beginning of a thing, it's going to be talking about those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm
There's
smarter than I was.
Yeah. Can you think of another dactyl word? I mean,
Pterodactyl is
that's the only one that exists, I think. That's it. No, I'm sure there's a bunch that I just can't think of any. Yeah.
If only we had a dictionary.
Well, but the thing is, it would have to be now in the middle of the word, like pterodactyl, or the end, or it's just not common enough, because we have no more.
Yeah.
No more here. Ruff. So here is our main word. It is the word dad. Noun from the 15th century. It's very short, and it sends us to the 1A definition for the word father.
That's it?
So you're not going to get to learn what dad is until we get to the word father. But
I may not live that long.
oh, shut up! It's only a few
You're on
years
the
from
D's,
now.
The F is way.
It's like 3 years.
Okay.
The etymology is kind of interesting. It just says it's probably from baby talk.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely. I mean, there's a funny story, or there's several funny stories about mothers taking their babies out for a stroll, and the baby sees the milkman or something and goes da 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 da, and that's right.
So yeah, that seems like a very easy sound for a baby to make, and
Yeah.
it just became
Dad.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like where they're not trying to say father.
No.
People don't
No.
usually say father.
Daddy.
But yeah, huh?
Dada. Yeah.
Dada. It's so interesting that babies they created a word without their knowledge that has just stuck through
Yeah.
everything.
And mama, papa.
Reminds me of a Friends episode
Which Friends episode?
when the baby, Emma,
Yeah.
Rachel and Ross's baby, says her first word over the phone.
Yes, this is
And
bringing
Rachel
back
says
memories.
she said her first word. What was it? Glebe. And Ross says, that's not a word. And she looks it up in the dictionary, and it is a word.
Oh, how totally appropriate.
It's
That's
some
right.
scientific, biological something. And Ross says, she's going to be a scientist.
Yeah, I remember that. Glebe is very similar to what we had at the beginning, a small grebe. Oh, see, now I'm going to have to... We'll see if it's actually in this book. Yeah, I guess that's it for Dad.
Oh, well, this is...
We're here.
Yeah, we should make more of it.
Well, yeah. What's your relationship like with your dad?
Oh, my God. Oh, my dad is almost 97 years old, and it's amazing.
Actually, by the time this airs, it's tomorrow. His birthday
His
is
birthday
tomorrow.
will be tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
No, when this airs. So that's actually really interesting. When we're recording this, tomorrow is my one grandfather's birthday, but when this episode airs, the next day is his dad's birthday. Yeah.
Well, when you think about it, think of the genetics that are working in your favor for a long life. I mean, one is 95 and the other is almost 97. So that's indication that you got some good genes there.
Yeah, and even the previous generation,
Yeah.
many of them lived into their 90s, or at least a couple of them.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you got it going on, man.
Well, I mean, what? Since we're here, I got both of you here. Do you want to say anything about your dad? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know where to begin. He's my dad is very frail and very gentle. I have to be very gentle with him
Now.
right now. He was never frail and gentle in the main part of his life, but frail is the only word that comes to mind because he's so old.
Well, we don't have to talk about him now. I mean, just I'll just say a few things right off the bat about him. He is an amazing. He doesn't do it anymore, obviously, but was an amazing carpenter, engineer.
Yeah.
Built a canoe, a kayak.
Yeah.
So many amazing things.
Yeah, from scratch. So the thing that gets me about this is that if you're building a canoe, you're making cuts in wood that are compound angles. There is no right angle in a canoe. Everything is cut at an angle and a compound angle, like in 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions, where you have to think in terms of cutting this piece of wood in 3 dimensions, and it all has to fit together perfectly.
And it's curved.
Everything's
and
curved. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
And
nothing
that
90
was,
degrees.
Was that like 20 years ago that he made that, or maybe a little 25? Something like that.
I can't tell you.
Yeah.
I don't remember, but it's 30 feet away from us in that direction.
Yeah, it's in that garage.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's made countless items, and I feel like just any time we would go over there, he always had a new project in his garage.
Oh, absolutely. And our house is filled with benches and tables and structures that he made. So he liked puttering around in the workshop a lot.
Yeah.
And he was really good at it.
And I know after he retired, he volunteered. I think he volunteered at a museum.
Yeah, for displays. They would get him to make amazing things for the Lake County Museum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember he made like recreations of childhood games from like 100 years previously and stuff, right? Oh, yeah, I think he did, yeah.
So, yeah. A little shout out to Russ.
Yeah. But always, quiet man, sat in the corner mostly, didn't, it was family would get together. There was a lot of talking involved, but he was much more,
Reserved.
taking it all in.
Yeah.
Yeah. A very standard sort of like 1950s era, post World War II kind of guy. Yeah.
He was going to be a pilot.
Oh, this is great.
But he washed out before he didn't make it.
Well, I thought that did he wash out or did the war end before?
I think he washed out and then the war ended. So
okay.
I mean, and by wash out I mean he didn't get good enough flying grades or something, but he did solo.
I learned about this not that long ago, like
Really?
within the last 5 or 10 years, and he wasn't training in addition to being a pilot, a gunner? Wasn't he practicing to be a gunner in a plane?
I don't know.
I feel like I heard that.
Well, that must.
Either way,
it's news to me. I don't know.
It's so crazy to think that he was up there flying in planes.
Yeah, yeah. And there was something about he was learning how to fly gliders because they needed silent bombers,
Mm-hmm.
and they took the gliders away. That might have had something to do.
Oh.
They took the gliders away. They needed them for something else. They couldn't use them for training anymore, and that was where maybe they became more selective in the pilots that they used.
Okay.
Because they only had a X amount of gliders left.
Right. And that part got scrapped.
Yeah.
Kinda. And so he was about 20 years old when the war ended, right?
I asked him about this the other day, and he didn't really remember, but he says early 20s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he, born in 25, war
Yeah.
ended in 45, so yeah, he was just about 20, 19 or 20, depending. I don't remember what day exactly it was. Yeah, luckily he was on the younger side, so he didn't actually have to go out and fight. And so
yeah,
lucky for us.
Missed the. And I said to him, if you had gone to war and not come back, there'd be no me.
That'd be it.
There'd be no you.
You guys wouldn't be able to hear this wonderful podcast. Okay, the next word. You would think it's related, but it's not. It is Dada, with a capital D. Noun from 1919. A movement in art and literature based on deliberate irrationality and negation of traditional artistic values. And then also, the art and literature produced by this movement.
Now that's very interesting because I never understood until you just read that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. What Dadaism was, and it's a deliberate presentation of, as you say, art and literature that doesn't make sense to our rational minds.
Yeah,
right?
It seems like they were like, well, we don't like. We want to just play with art. Like, what can we do? Oh, I know. Let's go the complete opposite route. Let's make something that is not rational or negates traditional art. So can you think of examples of artists or pieces of art that are Dada?
I can't give you a title or anything like that, but definitely there is pieces that I've seen that are it's like out of a dream or out of and you try to make sense of it and in the normal way of storytelling, let's say, that just doesn't make sense.
And it's different technically than surrealism, right? Because surrealism, it seems like it's still relatively standard in the art form, but it's showing it in a way that's not realistic, more fantastical,
right.
Physically impossible. I've definitely heard of Dada and Dadaism, which is going to be our next word. But yeah, not something that I studied or learned, or I don't really know a lot about it. Okay, well. Relatedly, our next word is Dadaism, and it is often capitalized. By the way, the last word, there is no etymology other than it is French. So this one is a noun from 1919, same year. The synonym is just Dada, which was our last word. That's really all it says. Dadaist is a noun or an adjective, and Dadaistic is an adjective, also often capitalized. So, the movement is Dadaism, and then the artists are Dadaists.
Makes perfect sense.
I get the only thing I could think of where this word came from is they're like, we need to call this movement something. What's a nonsense word? I guess.
That makes perfect sense.
Dada.
And for a movement that doesn't make sense, something da 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 da. Oh, that's good. Let's use that.
From 103 years ago. It's relatively recent.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'll put some more information in the show notes about, just all of this, and I'll post some pictures of examples of Dada art because I think it's a cool idea. I like the idea that there were some people who wanted to just do something totally different.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what that looks like. How do you do that?
And I think you'll find in a lot of art movements, it's reactionary to what has gone before.
Right.
For example, there is Baroque or the following movement was Rococo, which was very, very, very ornate, way, way ornate. And then a guy came along, and his name was David, and he wanted to pare everything down to its bare minimum. He was I guess you would say he was a minimalist. And he's the guy that did the painting of Napoleon with his hand in his vest or his jacket. And he was the proponent of a movement that was the exact opposite. And that has happened in artistic movements many times.
Yeah.
And maybe Dadaism was a reaction to a very, I don't know.
Yeah, what was going on in the early 1900s, 1800s in art? I mean, it seems like there's always multiple movements going on.
Right.
But definitely there's one big one often.
Maybe things were getting too cognitive, or maybe it was a reaction to industrialism or something.
Right. It's partially what's going on in the art movement, but also just what's going on in the world.
Yeah.
And
right.
that it's a reaction
right.
to that too.
So maybe the people who listen to you who are art history fiends, they will be able to fill in some of the blanks there.
I would love it if somebody contacted me in some way. It would be practically a first. Next is daddy. Noun from the 15th century. Number one is, again, the 1A definition for the word father. And number two is swear to God, I've never said this before. It's the number two definition for granddaddy. Do people say granddaddy?
I've heard it, but not
I think that's a more maybe old school way. I just say grandpa. Daddy. I think, I don't know. What do you say about, like, I've obviously said this when I was a kid. Can't think of the last time I ever said it.
I think of a rich girl. Daddy.
Right.
Daddy, I'm running out of money.
I think in Parks and Rec. Did you ever watch Parks and Rec?
A little bit.
I probably pushed you many times to watch it. Jenny Slate. I'm sure she has said daddy on multiple occasions, but in particular, she will go to her dad and say, "Money, please." Sharon and
Daddy.
one of Sharon and I, my favorite lines. But yeah, she's definitely said daddy. Yeah. I mean, I'll need to put in a clip or something, because that's a perfect classic example in my mind of her.
Money, please. Money, please.
Yep, daddy. That there are so many ways that this word gets used in culture.
Yeah.
That I don't even think I could come up with.
I was thinking of pre-hippie, the Beatniks. Hey, Daddy-o.
Yeah.
Daddy Longlegs.
Hold your horses, man. That's because that's our next word.
Oh.
When I assume you said this when you were a kid, both of you probably, right? Was this?
Sure.
Yeah. I wonder when. I mean, it says it's from the 15th century. So back in the 1400s, I guess people were saying daddy.
In England, probably.
Yeah, I guess. It just sounds, it's very weird to think in my brain that people from 600, 700 years ago were saying...
Well, what do you think they would be
Daddy.
saying? Father or pater?
Yeah, probably. Something. I don't know. Okay. Barky. Daddy Longlegs is next. This is two words. Noun from 1814, and there's a lot of confusion about daddy longlegs. I think this for the spider, it gets used for a couple of different spiders, and I think it depends. Anyway, number one is chiefly British, and the synonym is crane fly. So I guess the Brits call the crane flies daddy long legs for some reason. Maybe they have long legs.
Wow. Did not know that.
Number 2, any of an order of arachnids that have slender, usually long legs and that resemble spiders but have an oval body lacking a constriction. And it is called also harvestman or harvestman. And the order name is Opilonius. Opilionus. I don't know how to say that word. So when I was growing up, there were these spiders that I guess might be these, but I'm not so sure. Their body was looked like a little ball.
Yeah.
And then they had these massive legs.
Yeah.
That's what I always called
Yeah.
the daddy long legs.
Right.
Same with you.
Right. Yes.
But I have also heard, I think, that there are other spiders that are called daddy long legs. And maybe those are inaccurately called daddy long legs. I'm not sure. But so what this is saying is that these are not spiders. They're arachnids, but they're not spiders. And I still don't understand that.
What?
And their
What?
oval body lacks a constriction, and I think that means that it's maybe not segmented or something like
Right,
that, like
yeah,
most spiders.
right.
So that's probably one of the things that makes a spider is that the shape of the body, right? And so this does not have that, which
I am absolutely gobsmacked by that information.
you should be. Yes. I've also heard, and this may be more about the other spider, that they are extremely, I guess it would be venomous, but their fangs are too short to get into a human's skin. So to smaller creatures, they are very venomous. But I think that might be the other one. I don't know. I might have to do some research of like what are called daddy long legs. I don't know.
Did not know. See, I'm getting smarter. Even when you ask a question, it makes me smarter.
But will you remember?
I used to know.
Even though people don't want to see pictures of spiders and arachnids, I'm going to have to post a picture of a daddy long legs.
Okay. Deal.
Last word, first form of the word dado, D-A-D-O. Noun from 1664, 1A. The part of a pedestal of a column above the base. The part of a pedestal of a column. So there's the base, but then above that is the dado, and then the column goes above that. 1B, the lower part of an interior wall when specially decorated or faced. Also, the decoration adorning this part of a wall is the dado. And number 2, a rectangular groove cut to make a joint in woodworking. Specifically,
yes.
This is the one that you know?
That's the one that I know. And you know who taught me that?
Your dad.
My dad.
How appropriate. Your dad taught you about the dado. Just one last line for this number 2. Specifically, just one cut across the grain. That's the dado in woodworking. So yeah, that's a lot of things there that are called dado. So can you explain more about this groove cut thing?
And this may somehow apply to, it was a pillar?
The pedestal, the column, yeah.
Yeah, is that it may be that is the part that's cut in. It's not the widest part. There's a part where it goes in. I don't know how to explain it, but that's what a dado does. If you're cutting, like on a table saw, you're cutting a groove that doesn't go all the way through the wood, but it's a groove. I think that's what.
Yeah, it says a rectangular groove cut to make a joint.
Yeah. And I was 7 years old, and my old man would have the table saw, and he'd say, "I'm going to make a dado," and it was not just one blade. He'd put 2 blades together to make it a wider cut.
Wider. So I'm thinking of like a fairly not wide piece of wood, like an inch maybe.
Yeah.
And then you put the 2 blades together and you cut, maybe like an inch up into the wood, but it's
But
only
not all
like
the way
maybe a
through.
quarter of an inch wide.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then that is used to, then you can put 2 pieces together, right? If you have one piece that's the opposite, like a puzzle piece,
Yeah.
that's a dado. I
That's
guess.
my understanding of it,
All right.
but
Yeah, I might have to post some pictures on social media. And then so yeah, there we had the pedestal, but then there's the lower part of an interior wall when specially decorated or faced. So I'm thinking of the baseboard.
Yeah.
Is that the dado? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking of, but it doesn't specifically say the baseboard, but it does say the lower part of an interior wall. Yeah, again, I might need to find a picture of that. I don't know.
Wow. I got nothing.
This is Italian, and it means either, I guess it means die, D-I-E, or plinth. And it's an Italian.
It's another woodworking. A plinth is
Plinth, I've heard of that, yeah.
I can't tell you what it is.
And I don't, die, maybe that's another woodworking term. I don't know.
I got nothing for you.
Dado. All right. Well, those were all of the words. I will quickly just reread them. We had dabbling, dab chick, dab hand, da capo or da capo, dace, dacha, dachshund, dacron or dacron, dactyl, dactyl, dactylo, dactylology, dad, dada, dadaism, daddy, daddy long legs, and dado. What do you pick as the word of the episode?
Oh, other than dad, which I think is great, dactyl has it blew my mind.
Dactyl, the finger. Oh, the metrical foot consisting of one long and two short syllables, or of one stressed and two unstressed syllables. That one.
I was thinking of the pterodactyl more
The
than
fingers,
that.
yeah. So more the prefix dactyl.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Can you sing a song
Sing a song.
about dactyl prefix? Or just sing the word. Dactyl, it's your fingers and your toes. That's all we
Dactyl. And you know your daddy knows.
need. There you go.
Oh.
What was it like when I don't even know if you'll have an answer for this, but when you became a dad before I was born, when Jessica was born, what did it like? What was it like to just become a dad? What was it? Those first few years of like.
Well, it
that?
was
I
a
don't
mind
know.
blow. Mind blow.
Life changing.
Absolutely. Like, how am I ever going to be? How can I rise to this occasion? Seriously.
Still working on it. No,
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I don't know how to do this. I've never done this before.
And again, just another sort of esoteric question, just in general, not just back then, but just as a whole. I mean, you've been a dad for well over 40 years. Just like, what's that like? I'm a dad to cats, but that's it.
Well,
Everybody's experience is different.
they're more demanding than the cats.
Than the cats? Oh, yeah. They talk back.
They're more interesting. They're more fun. Well, no, you love your cats and you have a lot of fun with your cats,
Yes.
but there's a lot.
You can't take them to a museum or an art gallery.
Nah,
or
you can't.
Not
No.
usually.
No.
Maybe if I...
Movies.
the cats don't like the movies so much. Maybe if we got maybe if they were the support cats, then I could take them wherever. One of them would probably love that.
So, are we at the end? Are we at the end?
We're at the end. What else
Okay.
are you going to say?
Well, I was gonna bark, and you could fade out on the barking. You could yeah,
You'll do that after I say,
yeah.
thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the Dictionary. Wee-hoo! So, I didn't have this when I recorded the first episode, but I now have new music, which you probably heard for the first episode of the D's and this episode, and for now, I'm just going to alternate between the two pieces of music that I have. Oh, it is so exciting. And if you want to make your own piece of music, you can make it real short. As you can see, it's like, 15 seconds at most, hopefully less. Just a fun little theme song. You can email it to me at dictionarypod@gmail.com. Look at the show notes for the information. And Jonah is the one who made the new music. You've heard him before a couple of times, and go check out his stuff. Same with Tom. Go check out his stuff too. All right, so there's going to be some fun words in here, I think. Today. The first word is the second form of dado. I have not recorded yesterday's episode yet, the previous episode, so I don't know what the first form said. Unfortunately, I cannot comment on that. But this one is the verb form. It is just transitive. The other forms are dadoed and dadoing. I don't know. For some reason, those just look and sound funny to me. Dado. Well, so does the word in itself. It's from 1881. 1. To provide with a dado. 2. To set into a groove. We just set it all into a groove. To be. To cut a dado in. To cut a dado in. And the example is a plank. What kind of plank are we talking about here? Is it the walk the plank off of a boat kind of plank? Or just a plank? It's probably just a normal plank that you use to build stuff. But I don't know what a dado is. I'm so sorry. Should I quickly read it? Decorational things. Gotcha. Okay, I think that is it for dado. There is no etymology because we probably talked about that yesterday. Yes, we did, if I remembered to. If I remembered to in the future. Sound effect. Boop, beep, boop. Next is an abbreviation, DAE, all caps. It stands for Dictionary of American English. And this book does not specifically say anywhere, I believe, American English, because we do obviously have British words in here. So, the Dictionary of American English is probably a bit shorter. This one is just English. It's just English. So this book is not a DAE. It is a DE? I don't know. Beep, boop, boop. Next is deedle, spelled D-A-E-D-A-L. Deedle, adjective from 1590. 1A, the synonyms are skillful and artistic. Skillful and artistic is deedle. I am not familiar with this word. I think I've seen it around, hanging out at the cafe, but yeah, it's skillful and artistic. Well, yesterday we had my dad, hopefully, that's the plan. Hopefully I'm going to record that soon. So he's deedle. Dad is deedle. 1B, the synonym is intricate, as in the computer's deedle circuitry. I don't know why, but this word, it's just because I'm not familiar with it, it just sounds weird to say. Deedle. Deedle the beetle. Number 2, adorned with many things, as in the quote, visions of cloud and light and deedle earth are the airman's daily scene. And that is a quote from Lawrence Binyon, B-I-N-Y-O-N. That is a very beautiful quote. Talking about the I guess it's the pilot, a person flying a plane. What they see is visions of cloud and light and deedle earth. The earth is adorned with many things. So many things on the earth. I wish I could just be up in a plane all the time and see that. I just love being up high and flying through clouds and seeing the earth from way up there. Oh, it's so cool. Next. Beep boop boop. We have Daedalus or Daedalus. I think I prefer Daedalus in this context because it is spelled capital D-A-E-D-A-L-U-S. So we just took the first word, the previous word, added a U-S, and changed the first D to a capital. Daedalus. Noun from 1546. The legendary builder of the Cretan labyrinth who makes wings to enable himself and his son Icarus to escape imprisonment. How do you say this word? Daedalian. Daedalian, spelled a couple ways. That is an adjective. So what would be Daedalian? Something, a labyrinth? Would a labyrinth be Daedalian? Wings? If you handmade wings, would those be Daedalian? I am definitely familiar with the story of Icarus. I was sort of aware that his dad was involved, but I would not have known what his dad's name was. Daedalus. And the Cretan labyrinth. Which one? Is this the labyrinth that somebody went through and then the bull, what's the thing called? Not the Taurus, I'm blanking on what's called. The bull-headed dude is in the labyrinth, I think. Maybe Daedalus made that labyrinth. Anything else we can say about this? I had a Game Boy game. This is how is this connected? I believe the title of it, and I'll try and find it and put it in the show notes. I think it was called Daedalian Opus. And I think, yes, it must be Daedalian. I'm going to have to confirm that. But it was a fun little puzzle game where you would have to put pieces in a space and try and get them all to fit in perfectly, if I remember correctly. It was a fun game. Nobody else knew about it. It was not a popular game. But I think it was called Daedalian Opus. And I can see the image. It was like maybe somebody's face. It was kind of yellows and golds or something. Yeah. So I guess maybe it's connected to this kind of thing. The story of Icarus did not turn out very well. Next word. Boop, beep, boop. It is demon, spelled Daemon. And yeah, it's just a variation of demon without the A. Boop, boop, boop. Next is daff. Daff. This one is a transitive verb from 1596. Number 1 is archaic. To thrust aside. I'm just going to push that person away over to the side, and I have daffed them. Number 2 is obsolete. To put off. And this says as with an excuse. So I don't really understand this. Like I'm giving an excuse to put off something to maybe I'm postponing it. I'm being can't think of that word. Daff. Yep. This is obsolete. Not familiar with this. It is an alternative of doff. Doff. So if that word is in here, we'll see what that one says later. Beep, boop, beep. Next word is daffodil. Daffodil. Noun from 1548. Any of various perennial bulbous herbs. Genus name is Narcissus. Of the amaryllis family. Especially one whose flowers have a large corona elongated into a trumpet. Compare to jonquil, Jonquil, and narcissus. So those must be other flowers. Maybe they're part of the same family, the amaryllis family. How are they? I'm not familiar with these flowers. I mean, I'm familiar with daffodils, just not jonquils and narcissuses. I think most people know what these are. You see them all over the place. Or no, I'm thinking of dandelions. Oh, geez. We're going to get to dandelions pretty soon. I think in the next couple of episodes, probably. Oh, no, longer than that. Much longer. Yeah. So daffodils, yes. I can sort of imagine those in my head, too. Different. We'll post a picture so you can see what they look like if you are not familiar. It says it is perhaps from the Dutch words de daffodil, and that just means the asphodel. The second word, asphodel. The asphodel is the daffodil. Okay, next. Boop, beep, beep, boop. It is daffy. Daffe. No, why? I was looking at the pronunciation guide. It has an E there. This is an adjective from circa 1884. The synonyms are crazy and foolish. Oh, yes. It is so good just to be crazy and foolish and daffy duck. Daffily is an adverb. This is from the, oh, here we go, the obsolete English word daff, which we had before. And this one is saying that it's a noun and it means fool. But that was not in the definition that we had before because the one that we read was a verb. So why, I guess the word is so old that it doesn't, it's not in this book, the noun form of daff. So a fool is a daff and they are daffy. Woohoo, 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 woohoo. That should have been my sound effect today. Maybe I'll do that for tomorrow. Anything else? Daffy Duck. So all those old cartoons are just so great and foolish. Boop, beep, boop, boop, beep. Next we have daft. D-A-F-T. I guess you could also say doft. Daft or doft. Adjective from the 14th century. I think this is more of a word that gets used in the UK region, not so much in America, but we're slowly picking up on this word. 1A. The synonyms are silly and foolish, very similar to daffy. Silly and foolish opposed to crazy and foolish. Yeah, daffy I think has more of a bonkers crazy feeling. 1B for daft or doft. Synonyms are mad and insane. Yeah, that takes it to a whole other level. Mad and insane. I think that's probably more what people are... I think those are the definitions that people are using when they use the word daft. Number 2 is Scottish. I think I added an R in there. Frivolously merry. Frivolously merry. How can you be frivolously merry? You're so, like merry. You're so happy and celebratory, but you're doing it in a frivolous way. I'm not sure I understand that exactly. Daftly is an adverb, and daftness is a noun, and this is from Middle English, daft with an E at the end, which means gentle or stupid. Gentle or stupid, akin to the Old English gedaft, which is mild and gentle. Also from the Middle English deft with an E instead of an A, which means deft. Also from the, what's this abbreviation? OCS. OCS. It's been a while since I've seen that one. It is Old Church Slavic, and that one is podobati, and that means to be fitting. Not sure how that's connected to any of this. I think I need to put in a short clip of a Daft Punk song, just because we're talking about the word daft, and with it, I will put a link in the show notes to a very silly video I made, a Daffy video, if you will, or a Daft video, if you will. I made many, many years ago when I was first learning to edit on iMovie, and I heard this song. You'll hear it in the show somewhere. I heard it, and I was like, ooh, I want to make a video to this. Maybe someday I'll make a more interesting, complicated version of it with a budget. This was just me in the basement recording it many, many times, and it was just a silly video. All right. Boop, 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 boop. Next is dag. D-A-G. First form, noun from the 14th century. Number 1, a hanging end or shred. Oh, so like If I got a shirt with a piece of thread hanging off of it, could I call that a dag? Is that what we're talking about? A hanging end or shred. 2, matted or manure-coated wool. Wool that has been coated in manure. I have to imagine this is maybe sheep or lambs or goats even. You know, they don't really care about where they step or roll around. They might be laying down in some poop. And so then their fur, their wool, their coat is going to get matted or manure coated. Okay. Dag. Dag nabbit. My wool is coated in poopy. Beep-a-doop-boop. Next is the second form of dag. It is an abbreviation for decagram, which is spelled D-E-K-A-G-R-A-M. Decagram. We will learn all about that many days from now. Let's see. I can tell you. Sometime in end of September, early October, I think. Something like that. Trying to find it specifically. Can't find it. Here we go. It's like October 4th. Okay. Beep, boop, boop, boop. Next is dagger. Noun from the 14th century. 1. A sharp, pointed knife for stabbing. That's specifically why you would do. So if you just grab a knife from your kitchen and you use it to stab something, like maybe you're cutting some veggies, stab those veggies, it's a dagger. 2A, also, just don't stab people. Please don't. Unless they're coming at you to stab you, then it's self-defense, and I think maybe you can stab them back, but also maybe try to be like, hey, let's not do any stabbing today. Let's try that. 2A, something that resembles a dagger is a dagger. 2B, a character, and then it shows the little thing. It looks like a dagger. It also looks like a cross because that's the shape. It's got the cross part on the top, and then it's got a pointy end on the bottom. And it is used as a reference mark or to indicate a death date. So we see that here sometimes in the book. I'm not seeing any here, but yeah, if in the etymology, if it says it's named after this person, and then they died at this time, it will show that little picture. It will show the dagger. That's a very odd icon to use to show that somebody died at that time, because I mean, I get that a dagger can kill people if you stab them with it, but I don't know. Maybe there's something else we could use. Dagger-like is an adjective. There are some phrases. At daggers drawn, and that means in a state of open hostility or conflict. In a state of, so we're ready, we're very hostile, and we're ready for some conflict. Our daggers are drawn, probably metaphorically. The next one has two versions. Look daggers or stare daggers, and that is stare like you stare with your eyes. S-T-A-R-E. This means to stare angrily, as in they looked daggers at each other across the table. I'm so angry at you, I'm going to look daggers like I'm stabbing you with my eyes. I'm sending daggers out from my eyeballs into your eyeballs because I'm just so angry at you. We are at daggers drawn while looking daggers. Beep, boop, boop, bop. Next is daggerboard. One word, noun from circa 1930. A removable, narrow centerboard in some small boats that is raised and lowered by sliding up and down. A removable, narrow centerboard in some small boats raised and lowered and sliding up and down. Well, it's probably used for storage. Maybe you got to store your daggers in the dagger board. Maybe that's where it came from. Maybe old ships, they would have their daggers hidden, and they'd pick up a board, and there would be some daggers. Beep, boop, boop, boop. Next is dago. Dago, D-A-G-O, Where did the day go? It's time for sleep. Noun from 1832. Oh, hey, this is usually offensive. Sorry about that. It is a person of Italian or Spanish birth or descent. So don't use this, first and foremost. This is an alternative of the earlier word Diego, Diego, which is from Diego, which is a common Spanish given name. So there's just a lot of meaning behind it when somebody would, I think it started with Diego and then it got shortened to Dago, and it's just a mean way to call somebody of Spanish birth or descent or Italian. I don't know if Diego is a common name in Italy, but how did it become both of those? I think that's kind of interesting. But yeah, again, don't use this word. Just unless you got your friends and you could say it to each other, but you know, no mean intent, please and thank you. Boop beep boop beep. Next is daguerreotype. You can pronounce this a couple ways. Daguerreotype. I think that's daguerre. Oh, you can also say daguerreotype. Daguerreotype. There's a few ways. It is spelled, because you're not going to be able to figure it out if you don't know it, Daguerreotype. Daguerreotype. Noun from 1839. This is an early photograph produced on a silver or a silver-covered copper plate, and then also the process of producing such photographs is daguerreotype. Daguerreotype is also a transitive verb. Daguerreotypist is a noun, and that's a little confusing because there's no typing involved. You're not clickety-clacking on the keyboard. It's a photo. You're making a photo. And then daguerreotype, that is a noun. So what is this from? It is a French daguerreotype. It is from L.J.M. Daguerre, Daguerre. L.J.M. I wonder what those initials stand for. Maybe I'll put it in the show notes. So this L.J.M. person made and probably created this process of making photos from 1839. Is this the first way to make photos? I don't know. I don't think so, but it's pretty early, very early. So yeah, maybe we should post a picture of maybe something that was made with a daguerreotype or something like that. Beep, 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 beep. Next is DAH, D-A-H, noun from 1940, and the synonym is the number 7 definition for the word dash. Da? Dash. Boop, 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 boop. Next is D-A-H, all caps, abbreviation for Dictionary of American History. All of American history is in this dictionary. How is it ordered? How does it work in a dictionary? Is it like this dictionary where there's a word and a phrase and then a description of it? I've never looked at a dictionary of American history. There's one more word for this episode. Beep, 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 boop, 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 boop. It is dahlia. Dahlia or dahlia, I guess. I say dahlia. D-A-H-L-I-A. This, oh, I see the dagger icon. Okay, this is a noun from 1835. Any of a genus, dahlia, of American tuberous-rooted composite herbs having opposite pinnate leaves and rayed flower heads, and including many that are cultivated as ornamentals. And I believe we should post a picture of a dahlia flower. Right? It's a flower? It's an herb? Flower heads. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what they look like, but I've heard of them. Okay, so the etymology is from Anders Dahl, Dahl, who died, see, there's that dagger icon, died in 1789 and was a Swedish botanist. So they got to name this composite herb. Oh, and then I think the Brits say dahlia. Dahlia, no. Dahlia, dahlia, dahlia. Dahlia. All right. That is all of the words we had today. Dado, D-A-E, deedle, deedless, demon, daff, daffodil, daffy, daft, dag, dag, dagger, daggerboard, dago, daguerreotype, da, D-A-H, and dahlia. Okay, so, well, I love the daguerreotype because it's old photos, and I think that's very cool. But for my brain, I think I have to pick Daffy. I just have to. I very much loved when Daffy Duck went full Daffy, bouncing around, screaming, woo, 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 woo. And I've recently been rewatching a show which not a lot of people know about, which is called Freakazoid. I really hope that word is in this book. But it was a show from the mid 90s and cartoon, only 2 seasons. And it was so ahead of its time. But the main character, Freakazoid, is just bonkers crazy. And I love it oh so much. But every once in a while, he will do, at least once or twice, I think, he will do that Daffy Duck thing. And so I just watched that, the first season within the last week or two, and so it's on my mind, and I love Daffy. I love just being Daffy, and I think we all just need to be Daffy more, and I'm trying. I know that sometimes in this show I will go a little Daffy, but I think I need to do more of it. I tend to just keep everything sort of monotone, but I think we need a little bit more fun. Don't you think? I think we do. All right. Daffy, 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 we're a little bit Daffy here in this podcast world. All right, that is going to be the end of this episode. Go watch Freakazoid. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Yes, we're here again for another episode. Please rate and review this. That would be so wonderful on all the various platforms you can think of. Email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. Social media is @dictionarypod, also @speedjampar. And Google Voice number if you want to leave a message. And Patreon is in there if you want to join that. Little bit of money every month. It's like $1 for early episodes. I think that's worth it. If you really, really like this show, it's totally worth it. Oh, we got to mention the merchandise. You can go to TeePublic. The link is in the show notes. And you can buy things with the logo on it. I think I added another thing. And I want to add more things when I have time to make those things. Those images. Those logos. Those things. It's only the real fans who will buy merchandise, I think. All right, we're going to talk about the words. The first one. There's a handful of words in here that I am just not familiar with. Like this first one, it is Daidzein or Daidzine. Daidzein. I guess it's Daidzine or Daidzine. Yeah, that's what it says. It is a noun from 1945. It is an isoflavone, C15, H10O4, found chiefly in legumes and especially soybeans. Well, that's why I haven't heard of it, because it's an isoflavone, and I don't know my isoflavones. Okay, it is an alternative of daidzine, substance from which daidzine is derived. It is from the Japanese. I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it daizu or daizu? And that means soybean. So that's where the name comes from, it looks like. Okay. Ooh, we have to do a sound effect. Let's see. Let's just quickly... Ooh, maybe we'll just do like a... The next word is daikon. Daikon. I think some people might say daikon or daikon, but it is officially pronounced daikon, Daikon, noun from 1876. A large, long, hard white radish used especially in Asian cuisine. And then also a plant whose root is a daikon. Daikon? Daikon? The name of this plant, whose root is a daikon, the one mentioned at the end, is Raphanus sativus longipinatus, or longipinatus, since I was saying them that way. I think I got all that close enough. Let's see. So yeah, maybe we'll post a picture. I've heard of this. I'm sure I've seen it. Large, long, hard white radish. And yeah, again, this is it's Japanese. Dai means big. Dai is big, and then kan, or just kun, is root. So it's big root. It's a very clever name. Big root. All right. All right. It's not the Transformer sound. It's not. I'm trying to do something and I don't think it's working. The next word is dailiness. Dailiness. Dailинess. Noun from 1596. Daily or routine quality. Yeah, like the thing that you do every day. Every day, the dailiness, the daily or routine quality. The quality of the daily thing or the routine. A synonym is ordinariness. Ordinariness, as in the dailiness of family life. The ordinariness of family life. Every day, it's largely the same thing. I think about this, I make jokes. When we go to bed sometimes, I'm like, all right, should we just do this again tomorrow? We do have to repeat all of this again tomorrow? I guess so. The eating, the sleeping, the pooping, the peeing, all of it. The work. Next is the word daily. Like the Daily Planet, the Daily Magazine, the Daily Show. This is the first form, adjective from the 15th century. 1a. Occurring, made, or acted upon every day. As in, daily needs. We got all those. We got the daily needs. 1b. Issued every day or every weekday. As in, a daily newspaper. It is a little bit weird. You could say something's daily, but it's not Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Sometimes even Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This show is actually daily. It's a daily podcast every single day, except when I have a month break. There is an episode, Sunday through Saturday. 1c. Of or providing for every day. Of or providing for every day, as in a daily schedule. I like to have a schedule. The weekends, I usually don't have much of a schedule. It's just kind of whatever we do. We often do get planned things on the weekend, but I do like a routine. I do like it. I would like to change. I would like it to be different, but it feels good to have a routine, a daily routine. 2a. Reckoned by the day. So that's reckoned reckoned. RECKONED. Reckoned by the day, as in average daily wage. Your wage has been reckoned by the day. 2b. Covering the period of or based on a day, as in daily statistics. What would be daily statistics? The stock market changes every day. Maybe baseball players, their statistics change by the day. There's no etymology. I guess it would be too weird to spell it DAYLY, Although now I'm really curious. Is that in here? Let's see. DAYL. Nope, not here. Choo-choo-choo-choo. Next is the second form of daily adverb from the 15th century. Number 1, every day. Number 2, every weekday. That's where this podcast, that's the context that we're looking for. Every day, it's a daily show, daily podcast. Next is the third form of daily noun from 1832. Number 1, a newspaper published every weekday. Do you get the daily newspaper? I don't get any newspapers. Not anymore. Number 2 is British, a servant who works on a daily basis. Huh. So they call them a daily, the daily. Does this still get used, my British listeners? A servant who works on a daily basis. You call them a daily. I guess that makes sense, but how many people still have servants? Number 3 is plural, so it would be dailies. And it is the number 6 definition for the word rush. And again, that would be plural as well, so rushes. And what this is, I know this, I can tell you before we even get to the R's. It is when they're making a movie and they shoot a bunch of footage for the day. Maybe later that day or the next day, or if it was back in the days of film, maybe a couple of days later, usually probably the next day, they're not washing anything. They would watch the dailies or the rushes. Different words, same things. It's just the footage that they shot, so they can start to get an idea of which takes they like and stuff like that. Directors on set, they got a very busy job. They got to shoot all day, and then they got to watch the footage from the previous day, and then they got to do all their other normal daily things. Hopefully they got people to help them with like laundry and stuff. I'm doing laundry right now. I'm just waiting for it to dry. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Next is the Daily Double. 2 words, noun from 1932. It is a system of betting, as on horse races, in which the bettor must pick the winners of 2 stipulated races in order to win. I always think of Jeopardy when I hear the Daily Double, but I guess this comes from the world of betting, like horse races. So that means, so what is it? The bettor must pick the winners of two races. So if you pick the winner of 2 different races, you get the Daily Double, and I have to imagine that the chances of that are much lower than picking the winner of 1 race, so you probably get a whole lot more money on that. So why did Jeopardy steal this term, I wonder? Maybe there's something else. I don't know. Next is the Daily Dozen. It's not the Daily Dozen. It's just Daily Dozen, 2 words, noun from 1919. Number 1, a series of physical exercises to be performed daily. And the synonym is workout. 2, a set of routine duties or tasks. Okay, I think this must be literally a list of 12 physical exercises, if we're looking at number 1. And you say these are the 12 exercises that you should do every day. All right, I might have to do some research and put it in the show notes. I'm trying to get better at just doing some physical exercise every other day, maybe every day. I got to do my stretching, that's for sure. That's on the list. I got a handful of stretches that I do. And then if I'm doing some working out, it's another few things that I'm doing as well. So, it's probably about a dozen all told, maybe 10, maybe not quite a dozen. But yeah, it's good. We all need this. We all got to be doing something, some sort of physical exercise every day. And I think it's gonna, if you do it, I think it'll just help. It'll be good for you. That's what I think. Next is daimon. Is it daimon? Daimon? Daimon. Daimon. Noun from 1769. Just looking at the plurals, daimones or daimons. Number 1 is the number 2 definition for the word demon. Number 2 is the number 3 definition for the word demon. When are we going to get to demon? I will give you a date. I can't give you... what I was thinking about doing was actually making a note of which episode number each of these are, because if I wanted to, I could say, this is episode D4. That's what this one is today. So maybe I'll make those little notes in my Post-its. But let's see. Demon, because if I had written that little note on these Post-its now, I could tell you it's D number blah, 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 but I don't know. But I can tell you that it is airing on, what is this? October 16th. October 16th is when the Demon episode will be. Whatever number that is, not sure yet. Back to daimon. Daimonic. That is an adjective. So yeah, it's just demon. There is not really any etymology. It's just a Greek word. That's all it is. It's the Greek word for demon. That must be where we got the word from. I have to imagine. Next is daimyo. Daimyo or daimyo. Daimyo. You can replace the Y with an I. Daimio. Noun from 1727. A Japanese feudal baron. A feudal baron. What even is that? Do they lead people in war? I don't know. It's just a Japanese word. Daimyo. This feudal baron. Whatever that is. Next is dainty. First form, noun from the 14th century. I actually just used this word in a post about my cat. She was sprawled out on the floor with her feet on the threshold of a door, and I took a photo from above, and it looked like she was standing, like walking, and I think that was the picture, and I said that she looks dainty. Okay, what is it? It is 1A, something delicious to the taste. Delicious. 1B, something choice or pleasing. Number 2 is obsolete. The synonym is fastidiousness. Fastidiousness. The etymology. It is from Middle English, daint, D-E-I-N-T-E, and that means high esteem or delight. Let's see. From Latin, dignitas, which means dignity or worth. Next is the second form of dainty, adjective from the 14th century. 1A, tasting good. The synonym is tasty. I don't think I have ever called food dainty. I guess if it's tasty, you can call it dainty, but I don't think of dainty that way. We haven't gotten to the one that I think of yet. 1B, attractively prepared and served. 2, marked by delicate or diminutive beauty, form, or grace, as in dainty teacups. This is kind of the one that I'm thinking of. Dainty teacups. Are these just very tiny teacups, like you would use, like a 3-year-old would use for a tea set, having some tea, a tea party, make some tea. It's tea time. Let's have some dainty teacups. Maybe we can find a picture of dainty teacups and put it on social media. Number 3 is obsolete. The synonyms are chari or cherry, I think I had that when Paul. I think Paul was on that episode, and I don't remember if it was Chary or Cherry. Either way, Chary. And then the other synonym is reluctant. For A, marked by fastidious discrimination or finicky taste. Fastidious discrimination. You're very yes, finicky. That's a good word. You're very finicky on what you like. You discriminate against what you like and what you don't like. For B, showing avoidance of anything rough. Yeah, dainty and rough, those feel like opposites to me. A synonym for all of it is the word choice. Daintily is an adverb, and daintiness is a noun. Yeah, we talked about the etymology in the last one. Nothing has changed here. Next. It is the word daiquiri. I guess some people also say daiquiri. Nah, I've never heard of that. Daiquiri. Daiquiri. Lots of I's. Noun from 1920. A cocktail made usually of rum, lime juice, and sugar. These are great. It is from, had no idea, Daiquiri, Cuba. Cuba has a city or a town called Daiquiri, so they must have invented it there. When I was younger, I think I must have been at dinner with some adults, and I didn't know what to get to drink. And they're like, well, you could get a virgin daiquiri, specifically a frozen strawberry virgin daiquiri. And I said, sure. And they brought out this red frozen slushy thing in a fancy glass, and it was very tasty. So there was a time when I was younger that I was getting some virgin frozen strawberry daiquiris. They were like, what is with this kid? Why is this like 10-year-old kid getting like a very fancy drink? All right. I could go for one right now. The next word. Ooh, this is a big one. It is the word dairy. Dairy. Noun from the 14th century. Okay, number one. A room, building, or establishment where milk is kept and butter or cheese is made. I didn't hear of this version of it until I was older, that like a farm is called a dairy, a building up the place is called a dairy. I thought that was kind of weird because I wasn't used to it, but it's fine. I'll let it go. Number 2A, the Department of Farming or of a farm that is concerned with the production of milk, butter, and cheese. 2B, a farm devoted to such production. And number 3, an establishment for the sale or distribution chiefly of milk and milk products. And it doesn't say, I'm going to check tomorrow. Let's see. Is there anything? No. I kind of figured there would be one that was just a lot more generic of just the stuff made from, I don't know, dairy. How do you, I don't know. I don't know how to describe that. Let's look at the etymology. It is from Middle English. Dairy. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I can spell it. Deyerie. And that is from day, Deye. However you want to say that word. And that means dairy maid. That's going to be in tomorrow's episode, I think. It is also from Old English. Daig. How do you say this word? Daege. And there's a horizontal line over the AE. And that means, kneader of bread. So you knead the bread. That's with a K. You're mixing it all up with your hands. So the kneader of bread is the daig. That is akin to the Old English dag or dag, just D-A-G, and that means dough. And there's more at the word dough. Dough. What? What? Why? How is dough related to this? I guess sometimes you put dairy in dough, like bread dough, but not always. Okay. I do have things to say about dairy. If you have listened to this show a fair amount, then you know that I am vegan and I do not consume the dairy from any animal. Okay. So we can keep this fairly simple probably, but I do have things to say, and I apologize if it frustrates you, but I do think it's information that people need to know. And I've talked about this before, but hey, we're talking about the word dairy, so we got to talk about it. All right. Let's start with the beginning. Babies are born, specifically mammals. I think there might be some other ones, and they drink the milk from their mother, typically. Humans don't always do that, but in general, it's the facts. Dairy is specifically designed to... I have this close enough. It's basically designed to make that baby grow big and fat as quick as possible. So, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in the body. It creates inflammation, maybe, and other things to make your body grow as big as possible, because in the wild animals, they need the baby to survive, to grow up as big and quick as possible, so it's not going to get eaten up by some other animal. And the parents, they don't have nannies necessarily. They don't have... Anyway, you get where I'm going with that. So that's what dairy is literally designed to do. All of those other animals, after those babies hit a certain age, they stop. They do not drink dairy anymore. Maybe there are some exceptions. I'm not aware of any, but they're done. Humans, on the other hand, they say, no. After that age, we're gonna replace the human dairy with dairy from another animal, because that makes a whole lot of sense, and I'm saying that sarcastically. It doesn't. It makes no logical sense. We're all just so used to it at this point. So yes, we are drinking dairy from other animals that are designed to make those animals big and fat, basically. A lot of people don't know. I unfortunately have said to people, does it contain dairy? And I don't think that they fully understand what that means. So what are examples of some things that are made from dairy? Basically cow milk, or maybe even goat milk or lamb milk. Typically it's from a cow. So there's just milk, of course, and there's yogurt and butter and ice cream and cheese, and the list goes on, but those are kind of the big ones. So any of those things, they all come from dairy. Our last word, I'm not going to say it just yet, or I'm not going to read it just yet, but it is dairy cattle. There are some people who believe that they have genetically modified cattle to produce dairy all the time, and that is 100% not true. They have genetically modified them. Basically, they have bred them over the years to become bigger and fatter and make more dairy than they did 100 years ago or more. But no, they do not produce dairy all the time. They do, in fact, just like us, have to be pregnant to produce dairy. So what does that mean? They artificially inseminate them, or they get them pregnant somehow with a bull or just the bull's semen. They make them pregnant. They produce a calf, maybe two. If it is a boy calf, it often becomes veal. Obviously, the smaller family-owned dairy farms don't always do these things, but more often than not, I believe this is what happens. The boy cows, they become veal. Maybe they will let them grow up to be a bull. Not all the time. The girl cows become dairy cattle again, and the whole process starts over again. So they basically make these cattle pregnant over and over again, and they take their milk. They separate them from their babies, and that does not make them happy. I said this was probably going to be short. It's not. I'm sorry. There's a lot to say. Okay, do we have other things to say? Yes. Hey, you know what? A lot of people don't like this, including myself. So we have decided to support companies that make plant-based version of all of these dairy products. Makes a lot of people mad, especially the dairy industry, because they are losing money. But they also know that it's healthier for humans, it's better for the environment, and it's better for the animals because a lot of times, especially with factory farming, these animals are not treated well. They just aren't. It is a fact. Everybody knows this. A lot of people want to ignore it. That's that. So there are so many plant-based versions of all of these things that we all love. Everybody says, oh, I could never be vegan. I couldn't give up cheese. Well, you know what? There's really great vegan cheeses. There's some really not great ones, but there's some really great ones too. And if any of them want to sponsor this show, I would be glad to take your money. Yes, I am a big fan of some of them. I have not tried all of them, but there's some really good stuff out there. Yeah, just you got to experiment. They're not always cheap, and that sucks. Hopefully the prices go down, but they're out there and they're good. Same with milks. There's a million kinds of milks from all different kinds of planty things, and they're all good or great or fine, and they got flavors, and you will not lose any part of your satisfaction with food if you cut out your dairy. From a health standpoint, I think it actually makes more sense to cut out dairy before meat because this stuff it's not good for our bodies. It just isn't. All right. I am very sorry. I'm sure some of you skipped a whole bunch. That's fine. I get it. You know, just not ready to hear it or you don't want to make the change and that's fine. I just think that, just cut down maybe. Cut half your dairy out. Do something. You don't have to go cold turkey. Anyway, I was going to say, you're not going to lose any satisfaction in your life, but what you might lose are some pounds. Some little extra stuff that you don't like. You might lose some of that. And that's not a bad thing for most people. I lost like 40 pounds when I cut out the dairy and the stuff. Okay. We are done with that one, and we're just going to do one last word. It is dairy cattle. 2 words, noun from 1895, and it is cattle kept for milk production. Okay. I'm still curious, and I still don't know where this word came from. I mean, it says dairy made and dough and bread, but it's it's the whole dairy industry, all the stuff with milk. It's from milk. Why don't we call it the milk industry? I don't know, because it's dairy. I don't know, it's kind of a weird word. Hey, let's read the words. We had Dadesign, Daikon, Dailiness, Daily, Double, Daily, Dozen, Daimon, Daimyo, Dainty, Daiquiri, Dairy, and Dairy Cattle. Well, I was so tempted to pick daiquiri as the word of the episode, but I think I just have to pick dairy, just because clearly I had just a whole lot of opinions about that. I mean, listen, it's my opinion to not ingest it, but what I said was facts. Those weren't opinions. Those were facts. You can look them up. Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's pick dairy as the word of the episode. Dairy, don't eat the dairy. Don't put the dairy in your body. That's my opinion. You gotta make decisions for yourself and your life and how you do things. That's a weird song. Okay, that is gonna be it for this episode. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you're good. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Yeah, I'm doing one of these TikTok videos, and ooh, boy, this is weird. Okay, hey, we gotta read the first word. It is dairying. Dairying. Noun from 1649. What is happening with my head? The business of operating a dairy is dairying. Hey, let's go dairying. Boop. All right, let's stop this video. And we got to click some things real quick, and I should probably cut this out, but I'm not, and that's okay. And we're gonna hit post and done. Okay. Go to @SpeedJampar to watch some very silly TikTok videos with my face, and I'm talking, and there's some fun effects on there because I like to make myself look stupid. All right, it is time for a sound effect. Let's go dairying. I don't know. We'll go. Oh, I don't know if that's great, but we'll do it. Next is Dairy Maid. Noun from 1599. A woman employed in a dairy. So, wait a minute. A woman employed in a dairy is a dairy maid, but the word dairy is from dairy maid. Which came first? The dairy or the dairy maid? Woohoo! Again, we got to the Mario sound. Can we get away from the Mario sound? Let's just simplify it and go woo! Next is dairyman. One word. Noun from circa 1617. One who operates a dairy farm or works in a dairy. I do appreciate that it says one who operates or works. It doesn't say a man, because the ladies or the non-gender people, they can work at a dairy farm if they want. Sure. But you're still called a dairyman, according to the dictionary. Wee-oo! Next is dais or dais. D-A-I-S. Dais. Now, wait a minute. What is that little picture there? What is that little icon? There's a plus sign? No, I think it's the divide sign. I don't know why that's in here. Huh. That's interesting. I might have to look into that later. This is a noun from the 13th century, and it is a raised platform, as in a hall or large room. It's just a raised platform. Let's see. This is from the Lower Latin discus, which is a high table. From also the Latin word, which I guess is discus, which is dish or quoit. And there's more at the word dish. So maybe you would sit at this raised platform, this high table, and you'd eat a dish. And the table is called a dais. This word I know also gets used when, the comedy roasts. When they're roasting a person, the group of people who are doing the roasting, they are called the dais. And I think that's because they are sitting raised above the audience, above everybody else. And I guess that's what it is. I guess it is what it is. The dais. Wee-oo! Next is daishiki. D-A-I-S-H-I-K-I. And this is a variation of dashiki without the first I. Wee-oo! Next is daisy. Noun from before the 12th century. Number 1, a composite plant, as of the genera Bellis or chrysanthemum, having a flower head with well-developed ray flowers, usually arranged in one or a few whorls. And I think we will need to post a picture of a daisy. As 1A, a low European herb with white or pink ray flowers, called also English daisy. And the scientific name is Bellis perennis. 1B, a leafy-stemmed perennial herb with long white ray flowers and a yellow disc that was introduced into the U.S. from Europe. And this is called also oxeye daisy. O-X-E-Y-E. Oxeye daisy. Maybe we'll have to post a picture of that one specifically as well so we can see what it looks like. And the scientific name for this perennial herb is Chrysanthemum leucanthemum. Chrysanthemum leucanthemum. Number 2. The flower head of a daisy is a daisy. Daisy, daisy. Maybe we should put in a couple clips of that song somewhere.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer too.
I'm crazy all for the love of you.
Number 3. A first-rate person or thing. Oh, you're such a daisy. Number 4. Is capitalized. A member of a program of the Girl Scouts for girls in kindergarten and first grade. I was not a part of the Girl Scouts, but I guess if you're a member of kindergarten and first grade, you're called a daisy. Let's see. So the etymology says we're going to go down to Old English. It's from, I do not know how to say this word, Daigesyag? Okay, that is from daig, or daig, D-A-E-G, which means day. It's like day and night. It means day. And then eag, E-A-G-E. Who knows how to say that word? The Old English people know. And that means eye. So we got day and eye. Like your eyeball. So it's the eyeball of the day. It's the eye, the sun eye, the day, this, I don't know. The eye of the day. That's a daisy. Hoo-wee-oo. Next is daisy chain. 2 words with a hyphen. I really wish I could come up with some other sound effects. I do. When I'm not doing this. I should write them down. I should record them. Okay, daisy chain is a transitive verb from 1955. To link, as computer components, together in series. Oh, that's the timer, which means the laundry is done. Maybe I should take a little break after this one word and go get that, and then I will come back. So anyway, this is linking components together in a series. Sometimes I'll do this for work if we gotta send a signal to a few different TV monitors. We can daisy chain the monitors together with cables and converters and things, and so they all get the same signal. And with that, I will take a short little break, and I will be back either in a split second, or maybe there will be an ad from something. Okay, bye. Whew. Next is daisy chain, 2 words. Yeah, noun from 1841. 1. A string of daisies with stems linked to form a chain. I never learned how to do this. I know lots and lots of people who did. How do you do it? Why does it need to be daisies? Can it be other plants? Dandelions? I think people do this with dandelions, but then it's a dandelion chain and not a daisy chain. And daisy chain is so much more easy to say. Number 2, an interlinked series, as in a daisy chain of computer peripherals. Also as in a daisy chain of toddlers. A daisy chain of toddlers? Are they interlinked? And there's a series of them? Maybe when they're all holding on to the rope, like in preschool or kindergarten, that would be a daisy chain of toddlers. Hoo-yoo. Next is daisy ham. 2 words, noun from circa 1933. A boned and smoked piece of pork from the shoulder. I don't know why it's called daisy ham, though. Why? Why? It's just ham. It's got no bone, and it's smoked. It's a daisy. Whoo! Next is daisy wheel. 2 words, like the wheel that goes round and round. Noun from circa 1977. A disc with spokes bearing type. What? A disc with spokes bearing type that serves as the printing element of an electric typewriter or printer. Also, a printer that uses such a disc. All right. I think I need to see a picture of this. Let's see. A disc with spokes Oh, the spokes have type on them. Letters, A, B, C, D, blah, blah, blah. And numbers, 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. So it's a disc, and it's got spokes that stick out of it, and each one of those spokes has a letter or a character on it. And, it's used in a typewriter, electric typewriter, or printer. And it's got the name, daisy wheel, from its resemblance to the flower. So we'll maybe need to post a picture of a daisy wheel. I have seen pictures of those typewriters that it's for musical notes for staffs, and I think that was in a circle. I guess I do kind of remember seeing typewriters, old typewriters, that the letters are in a wheel, but then I think they moved away from that. So that might be more of an old thing. Wee. Next is Dakota, with a capital D. Dakota. Oh God. Noun from 1804. 1. A member of an American Indian people of the northern Mississippi River Valley. And if you follow the Mississippi River up north, you're going to get to the Dakotas, North Dakota and South Dakota. I think it goes through or next to both of them. I have to go back to my maps. Number 2, the Siouan language of the Dakota people. So I think Sioux, is that how you say it? I think so. Sioux. So we've added an AN. It's the Siouan language. It's kind of a weird word because there's 4 vowels in a row. Siouan. Siouan language. I think that's how you pronounce it. And that is of the Dakota people. The word Dakota is, let's see, what am I trying to... Oh, I think it's from, yes, okay. It is from the Dakota language. Wow, it's a little hard to read this because it's words that I'm not familiar with. There is the Yankton and Yanktonal and Santee dialects of the Dakota language, and the word is Dakota with, D-A-K with a superscript H and then O-T-A, and then the O has an accent on it, down on the left and up on the right. And that perhaps literally means friendly or allied. So the Dakota are the friendly allies. But, maybe not to everybody, because maybe there's some people who want to go kill them, and so they would not be friendly, So, but maybe, to the Dakota people, the other Dakota people are friendly and allies, I hope. So North Dakota and South Dakota are named after the Dakota people. Ooh. Next is Dal. D-A-L or D-A-H-L. This is the first form. It is a noun from 1673. It is a dried legume as lentils, beans, or peas, and then also an Indian dish made of simmered and usually pureed and spiced legumes. And I believe I've had this, and it is very, very tasty, like all of Indian food. So the dal, I didn't realize that the thing in it is also just called dal. So that's why the dish is called dal. It is from the Hindi and Urdu word dal. Not to be confused with the doll, the dolly, the Dolly Parton, your doll that you put to sleep, your baby doll. It's so many dolls. Next word. Wee-oo. It is dal again, second form, but the second option is not D-A-H-L, it is D-A capital L. This is an abbreviation for decaliter. So it's 10 liters. I believe that's what it would be. 10 liters is a decaliter. I thought that this would be spelled D-E-C-A, but it is D-E-K-A. And I have seen that, but I just don't understand why they got to put in a K, because I thought it was with a C. So anyway, dal is not pronounced dal, D-A-L or D-A capital L. The D-A is for deca, and the L is for liter. Next is Dalai Lama. How many ways can you pronounce it? Dalai Lama or Dalai. You could say Dalai Lama or just Dalai Lama, I guess. It is two words, capital D-A-L-A-I, second word, capital L-A-M-A. Noun from 1698, although I think the Dalai Lama goes way past that. It is the spiritual head of Tibetan Buddhism. And yeah, I think we've all heard of the Dalai Lama. Maybe we don't all always know who they are or what they do, but they are the spiritual head of Tibetan Buddhism. So you got Tibetan Buddhism, and there's a person who's the spiritual leader. And, the one that we've got right now has been around for a very long time. I have heard that when the Dalai Lama dies, who are they? A group of people go to see if they can find which body they were reincarnated into. I think that is what they do. And then they say, hey, you're the Dalai Lama. How they know this, I don't know. Maybe we need to post a link in the show notes, because I think that's fascinating. I have heard, though, that, I don't know, maybe it's because of our modern society, but I think they said that after this Dalai Lama, there may not be anymore. And I'm not entirely sure why or how did they get started in the first place? How did they know? Are they enlightened? Are they the Buddha reincarnated? What's going on? So this is from the Mongolian word Dalai or Dali. I guess Dali is maybe how you pronounce it. And it means ocean. But I don't know what llama means. It's not the mammal llama. It's different llama. So maybe we got to find out what that word means. So it's the llama of the ocean. Maybe it's the ocean of the mind, the ocean of the soul, the ocean of the spirit. One of those, maybe. Ooh. Next is Dalasi. D-A-L-A-S-I. Noun from 1966. It just says to see the money table, so it's some kind of money. Dalasi. It is from the Wolof word, probably ultimately from the West African French word dala, D-A-L-A, which is a 5-franc coin. And that also says it's from the English dollar. Oh, yeah. So dollar, dala, dalasi. Doesn't say where it gets used, but it does say it's from the West African French, so maybe it's in Africa. Whee-hoo! Next is Dale, D-A-L-E. Special Agent Dale Cooper. Noun from before the 12th century. The synonyms are just valley and vale, as in, went riding over hill and dale. Went riding over hill and dale. That's what it is. It's a vale or a valley. Any etymology from the Old High German tal, which means valley, and the Welsh dole. So it's just a valley. Dale is a valley. Next is dalesman. Noun from 1769. It is British, and it is one living or born in a dale, which is just a valley. It's a valleyman is a dalesman. I don't know why you have to say that somebody's born in a dale, but maybe in England, in Great Britain, in the UK, there's lots of hills and valleys. So it helps you distinguish who's who. I don't know. Wee-yoo-hoo. Next is Daleth. Daleth or Dalit or Dalid. Yeah, Daleth. Noun from 1567. It is the fourth letter in the Hebrew alphabet, and it says to see the alphabet table. Yeah, it means door. So it's from the Hebrew Daleth or Deleth. It means door. I don't think our letters mean anything, but the Hebrew alphabet, I guess they do mean something. Whew! Next is dalliance. Dalliance. Dalliance with me, won't you? Noun from the 14th century. An act of dallying. As the synonym is play. Especially amorous play. Or maybe you could say amorous, but I think that sounds weird. That's with lots of love. Play with love. Dalliance. And B, frivolous action. And the synonym is trifling. We will get to dally in tomorrow's episode. It's pretty early. No etymology. One more word for this episode. It is Dallas grass. Dallas grass. Dallas is spelled capital D-A-L-L-I-S. Not Dallas, the city in Texas. Dallas in Texas. This is Dallas, the grass. Noun from 1907. A tall, tufted, tropical South American perennial grass introduced as a pasture and forage grass in the southern U.S. And the scientific name is Paspalum dilatatum. This is from A.T. Dallas. Those are the letters A and T, Dallas, who was a 19th century American farmer. Doesn't say when they died. So they got to name this grass. How very awesome for them. Okay, the words we had today were dairying, dairymaid, dairyman, dais, daishiki, daisy, daisy chain, daisy ham, daisy wheel, Dakota, Dal, D-A-L, Dalai Lama, Dalasi, Dale, Dalesman, Daleth, Dalliance, and Dallas grass. Ooh, well, I think I might pick Dalai Lama as the word of the episode. There was that line from Caddyshack. He said, the Dalai Lama said something, so that's great. I've got that going for me. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something like that, said in a much better way. I don't know. I've always been fascinated by the Dalai Lama. Yeah, just I think it's very interesting. I think he's got an Instagram account, and that maybe Twitter or one or the other or both. I'm not sure. But yeah, sometimes I'll get notifications because, of course, I follow the Dalai Lama. Why wouldn't you? And I get the notifications, and it says the Dalai Lama said this, and it's always very nice and spiritual, and I like it because that's me. So I don't know enough about the Dalai Lama to speak very intelligently, but that's okay. I don't speak intelligently about anything. The Dalai Lama, the Dalai Lama. Maybe this could be the theme song for the Dalai Lama. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. All right, that's fine. Thank you very much for listening. That has been just wonderful to have you around. And I hope you were enjoying the show. Go follow me on social media or share. Let's go do that. Let's go share this podcast. And maybe one of those ways that you can share it is to wear a t-shirt or something And people will say, why are you wearing a t-shirt that says the dictionary? And then you can say, oh, there's this so good podcast by Spencer who talks about the words. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the dictionary. The dictionary. I didn't think about what my sound effect is gonna be. Maybe something will pop in my head later. This is the second section of page 314. Okay. So the first word is doll sheep, or maybe it's more doll. I like doll, D-A-L-L with a capital D, and then the word sheep. It's two words. Doll sheep, noun, from 1887. A large white wild sheep of Alaska and northern British Columbia, and it is called also Doll's sheep with an apostrophe S. This species name is Ovis dolli, O-V-I-S, and then dolly is D-A-L-L-I. This is from, this guy got to name these sheep William H. Dall, D-A-L-L. He was an American naturalist, and he died in 1927. Long time ago. Almost 100 years ago. Doll sheep, maybe we got a poster picture of a doll sheep. Does it look different than all the other sheep? I don't know. Probably not. We have a few animals in this episode, but because this is the first one, it gets first choice, so I'll just go, bah. We'll do a kind of sheep sound. Next is, doll's porpoise. Or as it's spelled, porpoise. D-A-L-L apostrophe S. Is it from the same doll? You know what? I think it is. Noun from 1951. A black and white porpoise of temperate and Arctic waters of the rim of the North Pacific Ocean. Called also doll porpoise. So the sheep was doll sheep, sometimes called doll's sheep. This one is doll's porpoise, sometimes called doll porpoise. It's flip-flopped. I wonder why. They're black and white. We'll post a picture. They're up in the north, the waters of the rim of the North Pacific Ocean. And actually, this sheep was also kind of way up there, the Alaska, northern British Columbia. So maybe William H. Dall lived up in that area, or at least just worked up there. The scientific name is Phoconoides dolli. So the sheep and the porpoise have the same second part because they're both named after Dall. Next is dolly. Or dally? Yeah, I think it's dally. Dally. This is a verb from the 15th century, and I think it's just intransitive. That's all I'm seeing. Number 1A, to act playfully, especially to play amorously or amorously. Now, I feel like we had a similar word. It's been a little while since I recorded. I'm looking back. We had dainty. I don't know. For some reason, it feels sort of similar to something I read maybe a couple of weeks ago. Not sure what it was, but you may know what I'm talking about. I'd have to re-listen to the old episodes. So dally, just playfully acting, maybe amorously with much love, dallying about. 1B, to deal lightly. To deal lightly, what does that mean? The synonym is toy. So, does that mean you're toying with something? To deal lightly. Like to deal with something lightly? Maybe. As in, maybe this example will help. Accused him of dallying with a serious problem. So it's just not taking something as serious as you should. It's too light. You're toying around with a serious problem. 2A, to waste time. I think this podcast is a good way to dally your day away. It's not that much of a waste, though. It's very educational and oh so hilarious. Wasting time, just dally. You know what? I think we all need this. I need to force myself to do a little bit more dallying, I think. I'm always go do stuff now. To be, the synonyms are linger and dawdle. Dawdle and dally, linger. More synonyms for everything. They are trifle and delay. Yeah, maybe you're dallying and you get delayed. It's a dally delay. I've been dally delayed. And trifle. Trifle, yeah, I feel like that's more just kind of light-hearted, playful, kind of. Dallier, that is a noun. People like to dally. Next is Dalmatian. Dalmatian. 1824, noun. Any of a breed of medium-sized dogs having a white, short-haired coat with many black or brown spots. How many? Just many. I wonder if they've done a study on how many spots a Dalmatian has, and if they test a lot of them, is there an average number? Is there a range? Oh, why am I so curious about this now? Maybe we'll look into that and see if anybody has done that. Let's see, Dalmatian, there was no species name, but there is some etymology. It is from the supposed origin of the breed in Dalmatia. Where is that on a map? Maybe we got to put that in the show notes too. Dalmatia, or is it Dalmatia? Dalmatia. No clue. It is fascinating that they were able to make a breed of dogs that has white hair and basically polka dots. I actually saw 2 Dalmatians today. I don't normally see Dalmatians out in the wild, but we went to a thing that was hosted by the animal shelter in our town, and I think it was a fundraiser, and they had like an agility contest for the dogs. It was all very, not too serious. It was fun. And sorry for the lip smack there, but yeah, there were so many dogs. Whew, so many dogs. All different kinds, including a couple Dalmatians. That's it for Dalmatians. We'll post a picture. Next is dalmatic. Dalmatic. Noun from before the 12th century. 1. A wide-sleeved overgarment with slit sides worn by a deacon or prelate. Or prelate? Prelate. I think I know what this is. I think I've seen people wear these things. It's like a big poncho, right? And then there's big open sides. The sleeves are very wide. Yeah. Dalmatic. Number 2. A robe worn by a British sovereign at his or her coronation. This is from, let's see, the Latin. It's the feminine of Dalmaticus, which means Dalmatian. I wonder if that's all then related to the location Dalmatia, or however we pronounce that. I still don't know where it is. I haven't done the research. That happens after I record. You're not going to get it in the middle. Not usually, at least. Dalmatic. It would be great if it was white with black polka dots. That's a missed opportunity. I wonder how the Dalmatian... Back to how did they make this thing? Because they're all bred. All the breeds have been bred. That's why they're called breeds. They all come from wolves. So did they just get like one that had maybe white fur with some sort of black splotches, and then another one, and then they bred them together, and it just eventually became this? And is that specific to that location, or is it just a coincidence? I can't imagine there's other white, black spotted things out there. All right, we got to move on. We got lots to get through. Bah. Next is Dalsegno. Dal is the first word, and then segno, S-E-G-N-O, that is the second word. Adverb from circa 1854. It is used as a direction in music to return to the sign that marks the beginning of a repeat. And I'm remembering that when I had the episode with my dad, there was another one. Where is it? Da 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 da. Where was it? Da capo? Here we go. Da capo. From the beginning, used as a direction in music to repeat. And then this one is dal segno, and it tells you to go to the sign that marks the beginning of the repeat. So not just to the beginning, but there's a very specific place in the song that you got to go to, and there's a sign there. Is it the 2 dot sign? Is it a different kind of sign? Not sure. Maybe we'll post a thing on the social media. And then this Italian phrase, it's Italian. That's why I just said. It means from the sign. So it's literally telling you to go to the sign. Play this again, from the sign. Okay. Next is Dalton. 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 Noun from circa 1928. The synonym is atomic mass unit, and this is used chiefly in biochemistry. So I guess one atomic mass unit is a Dalton, and it's named after a person, of course it is, and it's a man, of course it is, because that's usually how it went for a very, very long time. John Dalton, English chemist, died in 1844. He was so important in the world of atomical things that the atomic mass unit was named after him. Okay, I kind of feel like I want to go back to atomic mass unit, because is it going to say specifically what it is? It probably won't, but I would like to know a little bit more detail. Now, I took chemistry a long, long time ago, so I don't remember the specifics. Is one atomic mass unit, is that one atom with one proton and neutron and electron, or is it something else? Okay, I think I'm on the right page. Atomic mass unit. Okay, a unit of mass. Oh, I'm not going to understand this. A unit of mass for expressing masses of atoms, molecules, or nuclear particles equal to 1/12 the mass of a single atom of the most abundant carbon isotope 12C. So it's 1/12 of a carbon isotope, and it's a Dalton. All right, that's good enough. Next is dam. D-A-M. First form, noun from the 13th century. I'm just remembering that we are going to have a guest in the next episode, assuming the schedule happens. Next week, I am supposed to record literally a few days before this episode airs, before tomorrow's episode airs. We have scheduled to record it, and let's see. What do I want to say? I don't know. We'll just talk about it later, but I think it'll be fun and highly educational. All right. So dam, D-A-M, 13th century, the female parent of an animal, and especially of a domestic animal. This is from the Middle English dam or dame, which means lady or dam, and there's more at the word dam with an E, which will be in tomorrow's episode, actually. So this is not one of those words that I really hear that much, especially when we're talking about just animals or humans. Humans are animals, but either one. I think I typically hear dame, just not that I hear that word very often either. I mean, I really don't. But if I'm going to hear one, I'm going to hear dame. So this one is slightly new to me. They probably use it more with animals these days. Like maybe a sheep. Second form of dam is a noun from the 14th century. 1. A body of water confined by a barrier. And I have a feeling the barrier is also called a dam. So the water that has been dammed by the dam is a dam? Interesting. I don't think I would have known that. Number 2A, a barrier preventing the flow of water or of loose solid materials as soil or snow. So it's going to stop the water or just loose solid materials, especially a barrier built across a watercourse for impounding water. Why do people build dams? The Hoover Dam. Did they build it so they could put a city next to it? So they could use the hydroelectric power that is produced from the water going through the dam for energy purposes? It's such a big dam. I mean, there's a lot of big dams. I just like saying the word dam. But it's so big that I feel like it must... I don't know anything about that area. I've never visited. I've never read up on it. But I just find it so fascinating. And, other than being able to put a city by water and using the energy from the hydroelectric energy maker thing, what is the purpose of putting in a dam? What is the purpose of a beaver putting in a dam? I know they're very important to areas. I was just talking to my cousin who was learning about them and how they're so important. And, every animal is important. But what specifically, what's going on with the dams? Interesting. It's a thing that happens in nature, and we thought that would be a good idea. Was it? Is it? Sometimes we take things too far, I think. Where were we? Number 2B, a barrier to check the flow of liquid, gas, or air. Just anything that's going to stop those things from flowing. Trying to stop a gas, you have to have a very good dam for that. Liquid, still pretty good. Gas, it's even finer particles. It's going to get through more. So this is from the Old English, fordemon, which means to stop up. To stop up, fordemon. Next is the third form of dam, transitive verb from the 15th century. 1. To provide or restrain with a dam. I think I said that wrong. It should, the emphasis, the timing should be different. It should be to provide or restrain with a dam. As in, dam a river. Dam a river with a dam to make a dam. Number 2, to stop up. Synonym is block. As in, damming up their emotions. I think I'm pretty good at damming up my emotions, but I probably shouldn't be. Don't know why. That's just how life goes. Brr. Next is the fourth form of dam, abbreviation for... We had one of these before that was a little weird to me. It is for decameter, D-E-K-A, and that would be, I believe, 10 meters. Why don't we use this one very often? I feel like we never hear it. 10 meters would be a decameter, or would it be a tenth of a meter? Wait a minute. Which one is it? A kilometer is 1,000 meters. A millimeter is 1,000th of a meter. Decimeter, yeah. Isn't that a tenth? Or is this different? Oh, I wonder if it's... Maybe if it's this different spelling, maybe it's bigger. Maybe a deca with a K is 10 meters, and decimeter is 1/10 or 10... Whatever. It's, it's one of those things. It's 10 centimeters. That's what it is. But we are not going to get to learn about this until the DEK section, which is, it's a ways. It's pages away. It's so many pages away. So we'll have to figure that out later because we can't do it now. Next is the first form of the word damage. Noun from the 14th century. 1. Loss or harm resulting from injury to person, property, or reputation. You don't want that reputation damaged. That's the worst. Loss or harm. If you lose something has been damaged, you're losing something because your person, property, or reputation has been injured. This definitely gets used in the legal world. I don't know how, but they say these words, I hear. Number 2 is plural. Compensation in money imposed by law for loss or injury. And so, yes, if you have damage, if you have the loss, you will get damages. Why'd they use the same word? Not sure why. Seems kind of silly to me. But if you are owed damages, you will get your damages for the things that were damaged. I really want to just make these words sound very strange to you. The word damage specifically. 3, synonyms are expense and cost. As in, what's the damage? He asked the waiter. Haven't we all said this? It's so old now. We should stop saying it. What's the damage? What do I gotta pay? There's other phrases like that, aren't there? All right. Nothing too interesting in the etymology. So, we gotta move on to the sound effect, which is... That failed. Second form of damage. Transitive verb from the 14th century. To cause damage to. As in, a couple examples. First example. Don't damage the furniture. Please. Quit with the damaging of the things. Hopping on the bed, maybe don't do that. We don't want to break the bed, break a leg. That actually happened to me. I wasn't damaging the furniture, but somebody else jumped on my bed and the middle cracked. It happened. Quit damaging my stuff. Also, as in the example, returning soldiers damaged by war. That is a much more serious example. Physically damaged, emotionally damaged, mentally damaged. That happens way too often, and our society is not so great at helping these people. I really don't know enough about this, but I know enough to know that they don't get enough help when they come back. We're working on it. There is progress being made. There is. But we're just not quite there yet, are we? With like everything else. A synonym is the word injure. Damage, to cause damage to cause injury to. Damageability is a noun that sounds like something in a role-playing game that I don't play, but it sounds like one of those bars. How many points do you have? What's your damageability? Is that the thing that you can damage another thing? The ability measured in a scale of your skills to damage a thing, or is it how easy you are damaged? Which one is it? Damager is a noun. Next is damage control. 2 words. Noun from 1943. Measures taken to offset or minimize damage by reputation, credibility, or public image caused by a controversial act, remark, or revelation. Something happens and you gotta fix it. Right? That's a very simple way to say that. What's the dictionary way? We should read it again. Measures taken, so this is the thing that you're doing, to offset or minimize damage to reputation, credibility, or public image caused by a controversial act, remark, or revelation. So this is backwards. The last thing is what happens first. You said something. You did something. Act, remark, or revelation. It was controversial. I hope. I have never said anything like this, but I probably have, and I hope never to do this. I hope never to do damage control. But if I really want to, maybe someday. We'll see. I don't think I would, though. So you say a thing is controversial. Your public image has been mauled, has been damaged. So you got to do something. Something's got to be done. Measures need to be taken to offset those problems. I wonder what the first time was they used damage control in 1943. Probably related to the war. Who? Next. It is damaged goods. 2 words. Pretty sure every single human is can be considered damaged goods, which means none of us are damaged. This is a noun from 1807. A person considered to be flawed or spoiled in character, efficiency, or worth. I don't think we are damaged goods. I think that we think we are damaged goods. I feel like everybody, well, not everybody, most people probably don't have as high of a view of themselves as they should. And feel good about yourself. So you're not damaged goods. We're all perfect. Just like this sheep. Next is damaging. Now I really want to know how an actual sheep sounds, because I don't know. I just not sure. Okay, the next word is damaging. Adjective from circa 1828, causing or able to cause damage. Causing or able to cause damage. Oh, so damaging, that thing you said about me. That was injurious to me. Injurious is a synonym. As in, has a damaging effect on wildlife. What does? Killing beavers? Because we were talking about that before. That's what was going on. There's all the people all those years ago killed all the beavers, and then there was problems. Let's not do that. Yeah, killing the wolves. You put the wolves back in. Everything's are better. Everything's are better. Things get better. This other form, this adverb form, is damagingly. It is the word dammer. Dammer? Yeah, dammer. D-A-M-A-R or D-A-M-M-A-R. 1 M's, 2 M's. Noun from 1698. Any of various resins used in varnishes and inks and obtained chiefly in Malaya and Indonesia from several timber trees. And the families of those trees are Dipterocarpaceae and Burseraceae. I'm not sure what those are. This is a Malay word, dammer. So it's the resins and varnishes and inks. Wait, no, resins used in varnishes and inks. Yeah. This is like old school writing, painting. They figured out they could take this stuff from these trees probably probably thousands of years ago, and figured out that they could use it in a way. They could make art. Last word, Damascene. Damascene or Damascene. First syllable or last syllable can be emphasized. Damascene. Damascene. This is the last word, noun from the 14th century. First form, I don't think I said that. Only just the one form today. Damascene. I don't think I said that. Number 1 is capitalized. A native or inhabitant of Damascus. I believe we are going to... at some point. Number 2, the characteristic markings of Damascus steel, which probably comes from Damascus. Where is that? I don't know. I want to say it's Greece, but I'm not sure if that's correct. I feel like the Mediterranean, but also could be wrong. We are going to learn more about Damascene and Damascus-y things in tomorrow's episode, so you're just going to have to wait. Let's see. Now I'm looking... 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, sorry, got confused. I'm going to have to fix that. So, that was it for the words, which were doll sheep, doll's porpoise, dally, Dalmatian, Dalmatic, Dalsegno, Dalton, damage, damage control, damaged goods, damaging, dammer, and damascene. The one that I will pick as the word of the episode is the one that I'm going to come up with very soon. Not interested in these. I am so sorry. Should I go through them one by one? That would be silly. Cause I don't know. This one's not really jumping out at me. We've got doll sheep, no. Doll's porpoise, no. Dally, maybe. Dalmatian, they're great. Sorry, you're mixed in with the other animals. Dalmatic, nah. Dalsenio, I like music, but no. Dalton, damn. I mean, dams, the things, they're holding up the water. I guess they're good, but I don't know enough. Maybe we don't need them. The energy is great. I do like getting the energy from them, but I don't think you need to dam up the water fully. So I don't know about dam. Tell me about dam. Are they good? Are they bad? Do you live by one? You feel free to tell me. That would be fine. Yeah, they're probably fine. Damage control. Hope no damage control has to come from any of the things that I said that have no basis in science or facts to my knowledge. This podcast is for entertainment purposes only, not all the education. You're getting a lot from the words, maybe not always from me. Damaging, dammer, and damascene. I think I'm going to have to pick dally as the word of the episode. Don't you think? I think so. Yeah, we just need to dally a bit more in life. I think that's what we have to say. All right. This episode was long enough. I think maybe I'll go do some work or just record another episode. Probably do something else for a bit. All right. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information still. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. How the fuck are you doing? That's great. So we're just gonna say right off the bat, there was supposed to be a guest on this episode. A guest who is an expert on swear words. And the reason is because, let's see, one of our last words in this episode is going to be the word damn, D-A-M-N. And we had it all scheduled for a few days, like 5 days before this episode is actually airing. And unfortunately, she came down with a bit of an illness and felt like not doing anything except lying down. And I totally understand that. So that's cool. No problem. I'm just going to have to cover the whole thing myself. It would have been great to have an expert, obviously. But so her name, I will tell you because you can go learn about her and maybe get in contact with her and learn more about things from her. Her name is Melissa Mohr, M-O-H-R. I will put her information in the show notes. She wrote a book called, and of course, my notes app is misbehaving. It is called Holy Shit, and there's a star instead of the I, an asterisk. Holy Shit, A Brief History of Swearing. And I learned about her because of that swearing TV show. I don't even know if you can call it a TV show. The 6-episode series on Netflix called, what is it, The History of Swear Words or something? And she is one of the sort of more literary, intellectual experts about swear words that they have on that show. And I thought that I should have one for this episode. I rewatched that episode, and so I could maybe give you a little bit of extra information, but not as much as she can. So, if you want to learn more, go watch that episode and dig into the word damn. But we'll talk more about that when we get there. All right. So, yeah, let's just say the words. The first one is damascene. Damascene. It's the same as the last word in yesterday's episode, D-A-M-A-S-C-E-N-E. Second form, adjective from the 14th century. One is capitalized, of, relating to, or characteristic of Damascus or the Damascenes. And I have to remind myself even what that was. Native or inhabitant of Damascus, characteristic marking of Damascus steel. Okay. Let's see. What should we do as a sound effect? I really should figure this out ahead of time. That would be smart of me. And again, the brain just goes to the same things every time. We're going to go zip, zoop. The next word is the third form of Damascene. This is the verb from 1585. To ornament, as iron or steel, with wavy patterns like those of watered silk or with inlaid work of precious metals. And this is just from Middle French, which means of Damascus. So maybe we need to find an example. Oh, well, you know what? Before we get to that, let's say the next one. It is Damascus steel. Capital D, and then the word steel, S-T-E-E-L, noun from circa 1727. Hard, elastic steel, ornamented with wavy patterns and used especially for sword blades. This is getting more interesting. So I do think that we need to post an example on social media at dictionarypod of Damascus steel. And why does it have these wavy patterns? What else could it be inlaid with? What does all that look like? We gotta find out. Sounds just it sounds interesting. I have seen what happened there was the brain was working faster than the mouth could work, so it all got messed up. I have seen many examples of metal with wavy patterns, but I think it's different than this whole Damascene thing. I think it's where they literally just take like a grinder, like a metal grinder, and lightly grind the surface in interesting patterns. I don't think that's what we're talking about, though. It does look cool. Okay, next. It is damask. I think that is how you pronounce it. Damask. D-A-M-A-S-K. Noun from the 14th century. The emphasis is definitely on the first syllable. 1. A firm, lustrous fabric, as of linen, cotton, silk, or rayon, made with flat patterns in a satin weave on a plain woven ground on jacquard looms. And that jacquard word is J-A-C-Q-U-A-R-D. Is it jacquard? Maybe that's what it is. Jacquard looms. They sound very interesting. It is a firm, lustrous fabric made with flat patterns in a satin weave on a plain woven ground on jacquard looms. That's that one. Number 2, the synonym is Damascus steel, but then also the characteristic markings of this steel is just called damask. Damask? Yep. Damascus steel. The characteristic markings. Number 3 is a grayish red. So, does this lustrous fabric have a grayish red color? It could probably have lots of different colors. Is the steel grayish red? It's possible. I don't know. I don't know if I've seen reddish steel before, but it must exist. Yeah, it's just from Damascus. Next is the second form of damask. Adjective from the 15th century. 1. Made of or resembling damask. And I think that's the fabric we're talking about. So the thing made of the stuff, it's also, the damask is made from damask. Number 2, of the color damask, and that would be the grayish red. Do we need to post a visual of this grayish red? Next is damask rose. 2 words, noun from 1540. A hardy rose, widely introduced from Asia Minor and having large, fragrant pink or white flowers that are the major source of attar of roses. The major source of this thing that's called attar of roses, and attar, I don't know if I said it right, attar. It's probably either attar or attar. Attar. Let's see. It's from Damask of Damascus, obsolete Damask. That's all it is. So maybe they must have had these roses in Damask or Damascus. It says from Asia Minor. So yeah, I feel like that must be where Damascus is. The species name is Rosa damascena. Rosa damascena. It's the Damascus rose. Again, we gotta probably post a picture of this on social media. I already have a good list going just from the first 5 or so episodes of this letter D. I got a lot to post already. The next word is dame. We're changing things up here. D-A-M-E. Noun from the 13th century. 1. A woman of rank, station, or authority. As 1A, which is archaic, the mistress of a household. So just any household, the woman who is running the household, she is the dame. 1B, the wife or daughter of a lord. That seems to get kind of confusing. If it's the wife or the daughter of a lord, could be called the dame. I think they need different words for that. How do you get to be a lord? Can somebody become a dame, and then the lord is the husband of the dame? How does this all happen? 1C. A female member of an order of knighthood. And this one is used as a title prefixed to the given name. So we often hear about sir, a man getting knighted becomes a sir, like Sir Patrick Stewart. I think he's a sir, probably. I hope I'm right on that. But the female version of this, I guess they're still knighted. Is that the same? Would they use the same word there? But they are called dames. So Dame Judi Dench. That's one. And honestly, that's the only one I know of, but there's got to be so many more. So many more that I don't even realize. I don't really follow up on my knighthoods. Who's being knighted this week? I don't know. Is there a schedule? Do they tell you? They must announce this. Is it every year? Once a year? Is it once a month? It can't be once a month. That's a lot. You gotta do some pretty amazing things in I don't know, art, culture, politics, the world, whatever. You got to do a lot to become knighted. 2A. An elderly woman is a dame. And 2B, the synonym is just woman. Okay, this is interesting. Let's see. We're looking at the etymology. It is from the Latin domina, which is the feminine of dominus, which means master. So yeah, master of the household, the mistress of a household, that makes sense. Akin to the Latin domus, which means house. And there's more at the word dome, which could be a house. You could live in a dome. So, I mean, it's basically the master and the house are all kind of from the same etymological world. And the master of the house, that's what that is. So that's where it came from. I think that makes sense. This is maybe a word that some people don't really like to be called. Unless they're the female member of an order of knighthood, or they're the wife or daughter of a lord and they like that word. It's not necessarily a word you can just go calling people a dame. Some people did back in the day, probably still happens. But, you can ask somebody, what would you like to be called? And if they say dame, then you can call them dame. But just walking down the street saying, what's up, dame? You're not going to get a great response, I think. Next word is dame school. 2 words, noun from 1810. A school in which the rudiments of reading and writing were taught by a woman in her own home. So it's not a school where you go learn to be a dame. That would be kind of odd, although I wouldn't have been surprised if that's what it was. But no, it's the dame who is teaching the school, because people need to be educated, and I think that's great. Next is Dame's Rocket. Dame has an apostrophe S, so it is the rocket of the dame. Noun from circa 1900. A Eurasian perennial plant of the mustard family, cultivated for its spikes of showy, fragrant white or purplish flowers. It is called also Dame's Violet or just Rocket. The species name is Hesperus matronalis. And the matronalis, the matron, the word matron is in there, so that makes sense with the word dame, because it's basically is a woman or different kinds of women. But the rocket, I wonder, we obviously got to post a picture of this one too so we can see why is it called rocket. Does it look like a rocket ship? Does it look like Rocket the vegetable? Because people call a vegetable a rocket. Mustard family cultivated spikes and showy, fragrant white, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Dame's Rocket. Pew! Into space. Next we have Damiana. Damiana. I think that's how you say it. Damiana. Noun from 1868. 1. The dried leaf of a tropical American shrub, used especially formerly as an aphrodisiac and tonic. Also, a preparation containing Damiana. Okay, so the species name is Turnera diffusa, and then there's also Turnera aphrodisiaca. Aphrodisiaca. So clearly, that it was definitely used as an aphrodisiac. It says formerly. Maybe people still use it. The dried leaf of a tropical. Got to read it again to get my brain around it. It's a shrub, aphrodisiac, and tonic. Tonic. Is that what context are we using tonic here? Just a thing. Maybe it's like a medicine. Helps the medicine go down. And then just the thing that contains it is also called Damiana. Yeah. Number 2, the plant from which Damiana is obtained. So, wait a minute. Oh, the dried leaf of the plant is the Damiana, but also the plant. I don't know why it couldn't all be in the same definition, but that's fine. So lots of Damiana going around. I wonder if there are official medical uses for this. I have to assume that there are cultures that use it as a medicine. I mean, it says tonic, but is it not used? Is it still used? Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes. Maybe there's more information. Next is the word dam. D-A-M-N, first form. This is the verb form from the 13th century, starting with transitive. 1. To condemn to a punishment or fate, especially to condemn to hell. So just making somebody have some punishment or fate, condemning them to that bad situation, you are damning them. I mean, sometimes you could do this in a very literal sense. I'm going to damn you to prison, but if you condemn or damn somebody to hell, you don't know. It's not like they disappear right away. They might go, they might not go. It might exist, it might not exist. You just don't know. 2A, to condemn vigorously and often irascibly for some real or fancied fault or defect, as in, damned the storm for their delay. They're very mad at the storm because the storm made them slow. Were they on a boat? Maybe they were on a boat, or maybe it was just driving and the storm was so bad they couldn't leave their house. They couldn't get on the boat. To condemn vigorously, shaking your fist in the air, yelling at the storm, "Oh, you made us late, storm. I'm very angry at you." For some real or fancied fault. I love that they used the word fancied in there. To be, or not to be. To condemn as a failure by public criticism. Ooh, that is rough. So out in public, you're criticizing somebody because of the way they failed. Is that how I'm reading this correctly? To condemn as a failure by public criticism. Maybe everybody gets to throw in their criticisms about how you failed. 3, to bring ruin on. Ooh, you've brought something. It's just ruined everything, and you brought it on. You've damned it. 4, to swear at, and the synonym is curse. And this is often used to express annoyance, disgust, or surprise. As in, damn him, we should have been careful. Okay, that's an interesting example. Maybe the him in this context. What's the context exactly? Did he warn you that you should have been careful and you weren't careful, and so you're damning him because of your own mistake? Or is it he made a mistake and that's why he should have been careful, you all should have been more careful together? Either way, damn him. Oh, it does say he should have been careful. I misread it. So yes, he screwed up, so we're going to damn him. We're swearing at him, we're cursing at him. We have such annoyance, disgust, or surprise at him. There's another example. I'll be damned. Oh, I will be damned. Curse and swear at me. Those were transitive. Here's intransitive. The synonyms are just curse and swear. So, I wonder if we're going to... Yeah, maybe we'll hold on to that. Okay. So, yeah, just cursing at somebody, swearing at somebody. If I remember correctly from that swearing show, this was basically the first swear word, or curse word, if you will. And I think that's kind of fascinating. It holds a very special place in all of our hearts for those who love swear words. And I don't say them as often as I would like to here on the show. Not as often as I thought I would, but, I'm working on it. I've been doing this for 3.5 years, and I have my brain is so focused on not saying them. I think it's just the way it goes now. But no, we're gonna fix it. The etymology says this is from Middle English dampnen. Dampnen? Dampnen. Dampnen. Let's see. It goes down to Latin damnare or damnum, which is damage or loss or fine. Like you have to pay a fine. Melissa Moore could probably give me more information on this, but unfortunately she is not here. Okay, there's another one. It is the second form of damn, noun from 1619. 1. The utterance of the word damn as a curse. So, is this as weird to you as it is to me? Okay, good. The utterance of the word damn as a curse. Couldn't it just be saying the word I don't know, maybe not. Maybe that's the simplest way to say it. If you were trying to curse somebody and you say the word damn, that is a damn. Okay. 2. A minimum amount or degree, as of care or consideration. Also, the least bit. Just the least amount. Not nothing, and just the tiniest little bit. As in the example, don't give a damn. I don't give the littlest amount, the minimum amount of care or consideration. Well, I'm sorry for you. The third form of damn is an adjective or an adverb from 1775. The synonym is the word damned with an ed, as in a damn nuisance, also as in ran damn fast. This is a very good word. I like to throw it in wherever, and it's fun. There is a phrase for this one, damn well, 2 words, and that means beyond doubt or question. The synonym is certainly, as in knew damn well what would happen. There is no doubt or question that this thing will certainly happen. We just know it damn well. I'm trying to think of things to say about this word. I feel like it's just so part of our vernacular, our vocabulary, and it's not what it used to be. I guess this is probably, since we said all the damn words, this is a fine place to give a little bit of the information that I learned. But yeah, I kind of already said some of it. This is basically the first swear word. I mean, it was literally, we have the word curse word because of this word, because it was a curse. You would curse somebody or damn somebody, and so they've all sort of stemmed from that, and then it has evolved over the years. Let's see. So I think there was even a quote, maybe even by Nick Cage in that show. Somebody said, "The history of damn is the history of all swear words." And I just think that's fascinating. There is the N at the end of the word, damn, and I think there's a thought that it's just left over from damnation, or where were those other words? Damnare. And when it just became shortened to damn, the N was just left over, which I think is very silly. Let's see. Anything else? No, I don't know. It's just a good word. It's a good emphasis. I think I may have said maybe the next episode I mentioned Dale Cooper's line from Twin Peaks, "Damn fine coffee." Yeah. If I think of anything else to say about it, I will say it, but we are going to move on to the last word. Damnable. No, it is damnable. There's the N. Damnable. I feel like it should be damnable, but maybe not. Damnable. Adjective from the 14th century. 1. Liable to or deserving condemnation. 2. Very bad. The synonym is detestable, as in damnable weather. I don't like this word. I just don't like how it sounds. I just don't like saying it. Damnable weather? At the very least, we could just say damnable. It's the weather is so bad that you can damn it. You can curse it. You can swear at it. That's how bad it is. Damnableness is a noun. Damnableness. How much damnable stuff is in that weather? And damnably is an adverb. Technically, I guess that's true. Okay, the words that we had today. Damascene, Damascus steel, damask, damask rose, dame, dame school, dame's rocket, Damiana, damn, and damnable. Well, we have to pick damn as the word of the episode because of all of the things that I said before. And yeah, it's just, it's the original, it's the OG swear word. And it's been around for so long that it's just part of our language, and most people don't even think of it as a swear word. But there's a small percentage of people in the world who still are not a fan of it. They don't like hearing it, and I can't even imagine how they feel about words like ass, asshole, bitch, shit, fuck, all those great, wonderful words. So damn Damn, 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 da damn, 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 da damn, da damn, damn. I damn you all to hell with some damn fine coffee. All right, I think that is it. I don't know. Yeah, just go watch that show. Look up Melissa Moore, and look up her book if you want to learn about the history of swearing. And who doesn't want to do that? Okay, that's going to be the end of the episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer, dispensing that damn information to you people. Bye. Hello, word nerds. It's time for the last episode on page 314. Ooh, that's pi. Should have done something for that. This is the last section. If you would like to email me, tell me anything, ask me a question, or variations on those, you can email, I think it's dictionarypod@gmail.com. I should know this. I think that's what it is. Twitter and Instagram are at dictionarypod. There's a Google Voice number. I think it is 727. I was just looking at it. 5757. Look in the show notes if you want to do that. There's a Patreon. There's the other things. Yeah. I think, and then buy some merch, like a t-shirt or something like that. There's lots of options. I think mugs. You could do a mug. All right. There should have been a guest on yesterday's episode, and I hope it went great. I'm sure it did. Why wouldn't it have gone great? The first word in this episode is damnation. Noun from the 14th century, the act of damning, the state of being damned. Oh, damnation. The act of you're damning, state of being, I'm damned. I'm in the nation of damn. Ooh, okay, we got to do a sound effect. Hoo-woo. All right. Damnatory, adjective from 1682, expressing, imposing, or causing condemnation. And the synonym is condemnatory. Expressing, imposing, or causing condemnation is damnatory. Or condemnatory. I think that's how you have to change the emphases. Ho-woo. Not sure if that was it. The next word is damned. D-A-M-N-E-D. Damned. Damned. Damn it. First form, adjective from 1596. 1. Damnable. But it's got the N in there, that pesky little N. And so it looks like it's damnable, but it's not. It's just damnable. As in, this damnable smog. Damn this smog. Put it in the damnation place, please. I think LA got better with the smog, I've heard. 2. Synonyms are complete and utter. Damned. This is often used as an intensive, as in, a damn shame. Ugh, such a damn shame. I would like to also add, because I don't see it here, is a damn fine shame or coffee. Damn fine. We say that a lot in our household because damn fine is said a lot about coffee, often in the show Twin Peaks, which we love, and it's great, and we suggest that you watch it too if you have not. Damn fine. Actually, no, in this case, it's damned. Damned, a damned shame. It's so damned. 3, you know what? I'm going to leave the Twin Peaks thing in there. Even though I screwed it up, I'm going to leave it in there to show that I can mess up sometimes. A lot. Number 3, the synonym is extraordinary. Or would you like to say extraordinary? Either one is fine. Extraordinary, just sort of emphasize the extraness of the ordinary thing. Or extraordinary. How do you say it? Extraordinary. Make it all into one word. I feel like they have different uses. This is used in the superlative, the damnedest, the damnedest contraption you ever saw. That's the damnedest contraption you ever did see. Yes, sirree, Bob. Oh, sorry about that. Damnedest. Why is that a good word? Damnedest. I don't know. That is a good word. It's not damnest, because it's damned. And you have to start the est with the d, the damnedest. I don't know. There's something very satisfying about that word. Yeah, the other forms are damneder, damneder, damnedest, and there's damneder, damnedest spelled with an ed or just no e. Because it's damnedest, they just took out the e. We don't need those extra letters if it's just damnedest. Damnedest. Next word, ooh. Second form of damned, adverb from 1757. Synonyms are extremely and very, as in a damned good job. You did a damned good job this week, and then you came in on Saturday. You did so fine. Damned good job there. Ooh. Next is damnedest. It gets its own entry with an ed or just a d. Noun from 1682. Synonyms are utmost and best. This is used chiefly in the phrase, do one's damnedest. And then we have an actual example, doing my damnedest to win. Yes, I am. I'm doing my damnedest. Did not think that was going to be in the dictionary. My damnedest. I'm doing my damnedest to make this show great. Yes, I am. Why do you go to a country, the accent, using that word? Why do you do that? Next word. Ooh. Still not sure what that is. Damnify. Sounds like you're going to say more to the sentence. Damn if I went to the store yesterday. I did. Damnify. Transitive verb from 1512. To cause loss or damage to. If you're breaking a store window, you are causing damage. You're damnifying the window. I damn you, window. Okay. The etymology, damnificus, which means injurious, and damnum, which means damage. Ooh. Next is damning. Adjective from 1595. 1. Bringing damnation, as in a damning sin. 2. Causing or leading to condemnation or ruin, as in presented some damning testimony. That testimony is damning. Damningly is an adverb. Ooh. Next is Damocles. Damocles. Capital D-A-M-O-C-L-E-S. Damocles. Noun from 1578. A courtier of ancient Syracuse held to have been seated at a banquet beneath a sword hung by a single hair. A courtier of ancient Syracuse held to have been seated at a banquet beneath a sword hung by a single... Whose hair? His hair? Is it he? Is it she? Doesn't matter. Is it there? Damocles' hair? Somebody else's hair? Why? What's going on? What's with this sword? Damoclean is an adjective. Ooh. Next is Damon. Damon Wayans. It does have a capital D, but I don't think it's Damon Wayans. Noun from 1557. Is there a person in the dictionary? Just this specific person. When you go to the dictionary and you look up Spencer Parks, you're going to see a picture of him. I don't know where that was going. But who is this Damon person? It's not a real person, let's say. A legendary Sicilian who pledges his life for his condemned friend Pythias. Or Pythias. Pythias. A legendary Sicilian. that's a legendary thing to do. To pledge your life for your friend who has been condemned. I hope Pythias feels all the love from Damon, because they did a big thing for you. So you should be grateful to them forever. That's all it is. Somebody's playing some music outside. Ooh. Next is damp. First form, noun from the 14th century. I suspect some people don't love this word. Number 1, a noxious gas. Compare to black damp and fire damp. What are these? Other kinds of gases? Are they different kinds of gases? Damp, black damp, and fire damp. Black damp is 2 words. Fire damp is 1 word. It looks like fired amp, but I assume it's not that. It's probably fire damp, because we're talking about what are these things? Number 2 is the synonym moisture.
Moisture.
2A, synonyms are humidity and dampness. Oh, damp is a synonym for dampness. 2B is archaic, and the synonyms are fog and mist. Yeah, because the air is kind of damp. Fog and mist. 3A, the synonyms are discouragement and check. 3B is archaic. The synonyms are depression and dejection. This 3 section. Discouragement, check, depression, and dejection. That's what damp is. Vapor can... Yeah, it's from the Old High German Dampf, which means vapor. So damp, the water is in the air. The air is the vapor. It's the fog. The fog is going through the street, and it's damp. Yeah. It's moist. Oh. I think it's funny that this season of the D's has been going for a week, and I don't know if I've said a single swear. Although I haven't recorded yesterday's episode, which would be the 7th, I believe, and to finish that week, and maybe I swear in that one. Don't remember. It's possible that there've been a couple, but I don't know. Haven't let as many out as I thought I might. This is a disappointment. Okay, the second form of damp is a transitive verb. No, it's just a verb starting with transitive from the 14th century. 1A. To affect with or as if with a noxious gas. And the synonym is choke. To affect... Ooh, they call that damp because the gas is the damp. 1B. To diminish the activity or intensity of, as in damping down the causes of inflation. Damping. I would have also guessed tamping with a T. T as in Thomas, the tank engine. Tamping down, but maybe that one, maybe it's about the same thing. Or maybe it depends on the thing that is being tamped/damped. Damping. There's another example. Liquid damps out compass oscillations. Liquid damps out. To diminish. The liquid damps out the compass. So the compass is moving around. This is a very complicated sentence to figure out, at least in that moment. It moves around a lot in the liquid, but the liquid makes it so it's not wobbling so much. Right? Is that what it is? Makes it smoother? I think. 1C, to check the vibration or oscillation of, as a string or voltage. So when you pluck a string on a guitar, on a piano, on a bass, on a violin, cello, viola, it vibrates, and if you put your finger on it, that would be damping. You're damping this, you're slowing the vibration down. It's being damped. I think that is a term that they do use in guitar-y things. I don't play the guitar. Number 2, the synonym is dampen. Yeah, we're slowing the thing down. We're stopping it. We're bringing it down. Bring it down. Now we have intransitive verb, to diminish progressively in vibration or oscillation. So it diminishes on its own. It's just what's going to happen naturally. Nothing's going to affect it. It just naturally, a spring, you just pluck it, it's just going to naturally dampen to nothing. All by itself. Ooh. Third form of damp, adjective from 1590, 1a, it is archaic, being confused, bewildered, or shocked. And the synonym is stupefied. Yeah, we don't really use that. Oh, I am stupefied. I am damp. 1b, synonyms are depressed and dull. 2, slightly or moderately wet. And the synonym is moist, as in a damp towel. I hope some of you are really hating the way I'm saying some of these words, because your feeling uncomfortable makes me happy, I guess. A damp towel, a moist towel. Also, the synonym humid, as in humid weather. How did we go from tamping things down, damping, slowing, stopping, being depressed and dull and all just very I don't know, how do you describe this? Squished together, I don't know. How do you go from that to wet? Is that, it's back in the previous one. Yes, the humidity, the moisture, the thing, the vapor in the air became, yeah, okay. Just making sure I got it all connected. We were in that dull area for a while. Another synonym is the word wet. Dampish, adjective. Damply, adverb. Dampness, noun. Ooh. Next is dampen. Verb from 1547, starting with transitive. 1. To check or diminish the activity or vigor of. And the synonym is deaden.
Deaden.
To check or diminish the activity or vigor. As in, the heat deadened our spirits. Our spirits are dead. We don't want to do anything because it is too hot out. Speaking of, I'm going to have to turn the AC back on when I'm done recording this episode. In mere minutes. 2, to make damp, as in, the shower barely dampened the ground. The shower barely dampened the ground. Well, that's great. That's what I like. You got to watch out for those European showers, though, because they have a whole half open to the floor. That's just the way they did it, and they still do it. And the water gets all over the place, and it's not my favorite thing in the world, but it's cultural, so it's fine. Number 3, it is the 1C definition for the word damp. Doesn't tell me which version, which form. I assume the first one, but I don't know. Intransitive verb, number 1, to become damp. 2, to become deadened or depressed. I have to assume that the first one, to become damp, that would be the moist one. And then the second one is more about being deadened or depressed. Oh, I'm dampening. I'm becoming deadened or depressed. Here comes the dampen. Dampener is a noun. Ooh. Next is damper, noun, 1707. 1. A dulling or deadening influence, as in, put a damper on the celebration. Coming out with the, oh yay, happy times. Did you know? I don't have a fact lined up, so I can't say a funny joke. The damper celebration. Okay, number 2, a device that damps as to a valve or plate, as in the flue of a furnace, for regulating the draft. Yeah, you got to turn the damper so the air goes up through the chimney, valve or plate for regulating the draft. You can control it. You want to make sure it's open before you start the fire, because it's always bad when you don't do that. To be a small felted block to stop the vibration of a piano string. It's one of the pedals on the bottom, I think. Yeah, it deadens them. It's the dampener pedal. And then another one is the sustain pedal. It makes it last longer. The sound rings out. What's the third one? Oh, why don't I know this? 2C is chiefly British, and the synonym is shock absorber, dampener. 3 is Australian, a simple, usually unleavened bread of a kind made originally in the Australian bush. It's called damper. Why do they call it damper? Australian people, come tell me. There's no etymology. Next word, ooh. Ooh. We have damping off. 2 words with a hyphen. Let's have a damp off. Noun from 1890. A diseased condition of seedlings or cuttings caused by fungi and marked by wilting or rotting. That doesn't sound, let's not have a damp off. That doesn't sound good. Last word, ooh. It is damsel. And you can spell this 3 ways. Whoa. I guess the second 2 would be damosel. Damosel. Or just damsel. Damsel. Or you can put an O in the middle to make it damosel. Or you can put the O and also change the S to a Z. Damosel. Noun from the 13th century is just a young woman. But there's A and B. A is archaic. A young, unmarried woman of noble birth is a damsel. She's not a princess, but she has noble blood. She's probably in a tower being held by some evil person, and somebody has to come save her. Why? Why is it always a damsel? Well, that says archaic. I think, but I don't know if that's how archaic that is, other than the fact that we don't really have this situation anymore. B, it's just girl. That's the synonym. A girl, a damsel. Do people call girls damsels? In what context is that happening? The etymology from Middle English, Anglo-French, Vulgar Latin, Dominicella, not so Italian. That means young noble woman, from Latin domina, which means lady. Okay. That's it. That was it for that one. So we had so while I read them, I should say yay or nay on this whole word thing. Okay, so damnation, meh. Damnatory, nah. Damned, we got kind of like that. Damned fog, damned shame. Yeah, that's not bad. Damned again. No, not that one. Damnedest. That's just a kind of fun word. Damnify. Damned. I can't help but think that. Damnify what? Damning. Damocles. Single hair. Nah. Damon. Very kind friend. Maybe. But then you also made your friend feel guilty forever. Damp. Part of me just wants to pick that because people probably hate that word. Not as much as moist. Damp. Dampen is deadening. Dampen. Damper. Damping off. And damsel. Oh, just because it's a fun word, let's pick damnedest as the word of the episode. Oh, you know what? I don't think I sang a song for Dally. I just talked about it, didn't I? Did I? Maybe I did. Dally, bobally, bally, finale, blah, 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 blah. So, damnedest. It's the damnedest thing. This episode is over. That's it. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Yeah. Yeah, you are a word nerd. Blah. Okay, top of page 315. The first word is damselfish. DAMSELFISH. Noun from 1904. Any of numerous, often brilliantly colored marine fishes living especially along coral reefs, called also demoiselle. I think that's how you pronounce it. Demoiselle. The family name of these brilliantly colored marine fishes is Pomacentridae. Maybe we'll post a picture of a damselfish so you can see what it looks like. Sound effect will be... Damselfly is next. Noun from 1815. Any of numerous odonate insects distinguished from dragonflies by laterally projecting eyes and usually stalked wings folded above the body when at rest. Wait, how are they different than dragonflies? I thought that dragonflies' eyes also projected and also were stalked. Wait, stalked. Stalked wings, not stacked. I don't know what I said. So maybe we need a comparison of dragonflies and damselflies. Either one, both of them fly. One of them's a ooh, interesting. I never thought about that. Stereotypically, the dragon will take the damsel in fantasy stories. That must be why they did this. Interesting. The suborder of these flies is Zygoptera or Zygoptera. Something about wings. Zygo. That makes me think zygo, like a single-celled organism, a very small thing that's going to grow into something bigger. Interesting. Maybe we'll add some more information in the show notes. Next. Damson. Noun from the 14th century, the small tart fruit of a widely cultivated Asian plum tree. Also just this tree. The scientific name is Prunus incititia. Wait, what? Incititia. Or is it incititia? One of those. This is from the Latin prunum damascenum, which literally means plum of Damascus. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Next is Dan, capital D-A-N, first form, the name. I should have had my friend Dan. I know many people named Dan, but there's one in particular I should have had on this episode. Dan, I'm sorry. Would you like to say a little thing here? All right. This is a noun from before the 12th century. A son of Jacob and the traditional eponymous ancestor of one of the tribes of Israel. This is from the Hebrew Dan, with a horizontal line over the A, and I don't know how that makes it be pronounced differently. Is it Don? Dan? Son of Jacob. Second form of Dan, noun from the 13th century. This one is archaic, and the synonyms are master and sir. That is interesting. This is from the Middle English, or it is Middle English. It means title of members of religious orders. And it is from the Latin dominus, which means master. So somehow that turned into Dan. That is interesting. Wow. Third form of Dan is an abbreviation for 1, Daniel, and 2, Danish. Probably the country, the language, the people, maybe not the country, the language, the people, and the pastries. I would love a cheese Dan. Babadoo-bip-badoo. Next is Dania. Is that how you... No, Danai. I think that is how you say it. Danai. capital Danae, and there is an umlaut over the E, the two dots. I don't know if I have ever seen an umlaut over an E, but maybe somewhere. Noun from 1562, Danae. I think that is it. It is a princess of Argos, visited by Zeus in the form of a shower of gold, and by him the mother of Perseus. I feel like that could have been worded better. So the mother of Perseus was with Zeus, and they visited a princess in Argos named Danae. It's like Dana. Danae. Do we need to learn more about her? What else did she do? Other than get visited by Zeus, who was in the form of golden showers. Danazol. Danazol, I think is how you say it. Noun from 1974. A synthetic androgen, C22, H27, NO2, that inhibits the release of gonadotropins, gonadotropins, gonad, it's a birthday, gonadotropins, by the pituitary gland and is used especially to treat endometriosis. The danazol is perhaps an anagram of the AND from androgenic, the AZOLE from isozazole, there's an X in there, isozazole, which is the compound C3H3NO. So AND, AZOLE, well, it can't be an anagram because, oh no, not the L, the AZOL. So yeah, technically it is, but that's a weird way to make a word. Let's just take these 3 letters, these 4 letters, let's mix them up. Just make a little soup out of them, mix it up, see what happens. It's like alphabet soup. Let's see what comes up. Danazol. Boo-de-ba-bow-ba-bow. Next is the first form of the word dance. Dance, dance, baby, dance. Oh, yeah. It is a verb from the 14th century, starting with intransitive 1, to engage in or perform a dance. I wonder if one of these definitions is going to be the definition from the movie WALL-E when they're dancing in the sky. Space. Yeah. I wonder what it says. I don't remember. Maybe we'll find a clip. Put it in. Number 2, to move or seem to move up and down or about in a quick or lively manner. Transitive 1, to perform or take part in as a dancer. 2, to cause to dance. Dance! Damn it! Number 3, to bring into a specified condition by dancing. What's that? To bring into a specified condition. What do you bring into a certain kind of condition by dancing? How can you create matter from dancing? Does it have that power? Danceable. That is an adjective. That is a really good word. Danceable. The floor at the wedding was danceable. What is danceable? It's a dance is danceable. That is a damn good word. Dancer, noun. It's a phrase. Dance attendance means to attend in an eager and servile manner, as in a celebrity used to having people dance attendance on him. To attend in an eager, your servants, they're doing the dance attendance, the attendance dance. They're the attendants, they're dancing for you because you can. Dance. Second form of dance, noun from the 14th century. 1, an act or instance of dancing. It's a dance. Number 2, series of rhythmic and patterned bodily movements usually performed to music. 3, a social gathering for dancing. Let's go to a dance and do a dance. Swing your partner round and round. 4. A piece of music by which dancing may be guided. The music guides the dance. I actually have a freelance gig going on right now, which was recording a dance. Dances by different groups, different age groups. And it's just so interesting how it's not something that I really thought of before, but the music guides, like we said, it guides the dance. And this makes total sense. It's total common sense. It's not like I'm saying anything fancy, but it was just something that I hadn't really thought of in those terms before. Whatever the music is, you're gonna adjust your dance accordingly, whatever that means to you. So the piece of music. This is the definition again. The piece of music by which dancing may be guided. The dancing is guided by the music. 5. The art of dancing. We need to do more dancing, I think. Dance card is next. 2 words. Noun from 1895. 1. A card listing partners for scheduled dances. Oh, who'd you get on the dance card? Is that what they said? Number 2. A calendar of engagements is your dance card. Ooh, interesting. I wonder if that comes from like actual dance, scheduled dances, that people would schedule their social time around the dances. And then it just became your general calendar of engagements. Maybe instead of a calendar, we should call those little pocketbook things or whatever, call them a dance card. Ba-ba-doo-bee-bee-ba-doo. Next is dandelion. D-A-N-D-E-L-I-O-N. Dandelion. Noun from the 14th century. Any of a genus of yellow-flowered composite herbs with milky sap. Is that what they use to make the tea? I've never seen the sap of a dandelion. But especially one sometimes grown as a pot herb and nearly cosmopolitan as a weed. The genus name is Taraxacum, and then the especially one is the species name is Taraxacum officinale, or something like that. Okay, this is from the Anglo-French. I don't know how to say this. Dent de lion, maybe. It literally means lion's tooth. So you can think about that the next time you look at a dandelion. I didn't actually think the word lion meant anything in that word, but now it turns out like it does. I don't know. Lion's tooth? I don't know about that. Interesting. Man, I used to pop the heads off those things all the time. There was a phrase that you'd say, and the head popped off. Yeah, that was the thing we did as a kid. Okay, there is a picture of a dandelion. It's got a couple of leaves. They're very kind of pokey looking. One's medium, one's long. There are 4 dandelions at 4 different stages. Looks like they go in order, I think. The left one, it's not in color, but the left one is yellow. It sort of looks like the yellow leaves. That's the shape of it. The next one looks like as the yellow pieces, I'm not sure about the order here. I'm just going to say what I think. Okay, the third one looks like when the yellow closes up, what happens is it's the yellow leaves. They get fertilized by the bees. That's not the right word. And then they close up for business. It's like a caterpillar. It's metamorphosizing. It closes up. This looks like the third one. It's kind of like a cylindry shape, and it's changing on the inside. And then it opens up, and this is the fourth one. It opens up into a glorious ball of fluff. It's so fluffy all around, and then you can make a wish and blow your hot air at it, and then they go flying, and everybody loves them. And then this fourth one, which is really the second stem, it looks like After you've blown all the fluffies away, this is what's left. That's what this one looks like. That's a dandelion. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-doo. Dander is next. Noun from 1786. 1. The synonym is dandruff. Dander and dandruff. I feel like usually dander is for animals and dandruff is for humans. Specifically, minute scales from hair, feathers, or skin that may be allergenic. Some people might be allergic to them. Got to keep that dander away. Number 2, synonyms are anger and temper, as in, now don't get your dander up. Don't do it. Yeah, it's just an alternative of dandruff. Next is dandiacal. Dandiacal. D-A-N-D-I-A-C-A-L. Adjective from 1831 of relating to or suggestive of a dandy. Dandy and acal, it's from yep, it's just dandiacal. How do you use this in a sentence? Of relating to or suggestive of a dandy. What kind of dandy are we talking about? There's different kinds of dandies. That'll be in tomorrow's episode. Hey, there's the last word. I see it. I see it in the distance. It is Dandy Dinmont Terrier. I think I may have said that right. I think it's French. Dandy is capital D-A-N-D-I-E. Second word, capital D-I-N-M-O-N-T. Dinmont. Dinmont? Dandy Dinmont Terrier. Or Mont. Okay, noun from 1875. Any of a breed of terriers characterized by short legs, a long body, pendulous ears, a rough coat, and a full silky top knot. They are the hipsters of the terrier world. I think we need to find a picture of a Dandy Dinmont Terrier and post it on the social media. The name is from Dandy Dinmont, character owning 6 such dogs in the novel Guy Mannering by Sir Walter Scott. Did they make the dog because of the book? Or did the dogs exist, but what were they called before the character had the dogs? Oh boy, what happened? Okay, the words we had: damselfish, interesting. Damselfly, fine. Damson, fruit. Dan is the son. Dan is the master. Dan is the Danish. Danae, Princess of Argos. Danazol is that thing. Dance. Maybe. Dance card. Oh, we skipped one. D and C. Oh, well, this is highly appropriate for right now. Not the first time this has happened. Apologies for missing this. You would have never known, probably. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything else. I don't think I did. Okay. Before we choose the word of the episode, D and C, the 2 letters are capitalized. It is an abbreviation for dilation and curettage. So let's just take a moment and break this down a little bit. We are going to break some rules, I think. Going to make sure that I'm spelling this correctly. Curettage. I have a memory of this word, and I just want to make sure I get it right. Yes, a surgical instrument. Using a surgical instrument to perform curettage on... Okay, that's that. And then dilation. We're fairly close to this. Again, I've got a pretty good idea. Just want to confirm my suspicions. Yeah, I don't think I really needed to confirm that one. So this is the process that is used. This is the tiniest little bit that I know, and I don't know a lot. This is the process that is used when an abortion happens. Maybe they use other processes depending on the context, but I believe this is the most common one. And of course, this is, I mean, we don't need to go into the specifics, but clearly we're living at a time when the ability to have this happen for a variety of reasons is going away quickly and terribly. So, you know what, we might just have to pick this as the word of the episode because more discussion needs to happen about all of this, and just hope that that happens. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. All right. We are going to end this episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, how did this episode get so short? Did I not talk enough? Just kidding. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Hi. How are you today? Great. Welcome to the dictionary. It's another episode. It's still happening. Sure is. Go tell some people that it's happening. It's all happening. All right. The first word in this episode is dandify. Dandify. D-A-N-D-I-F-Y. Transitive verb from 1823. To cause, to resemble a dandy. We are going to learn about dandy later this episode. So you're making something resemble a dandy. And we just don't know what dandy is. I believe it would be the noun form and not the adjective form. So making something like a dandy is dandify. Dandification is a noun. Oh, let's see. Let's do for the sound effect. If you don't know, there's a sound effect after each word and definition. And then you know that's the next one's coming up. We'll do Next word is dandle. It's like candle, but it's a D instead of a D. A D instead of a C? Sure. Dandle. This is also a transitive verb from 1531. To move, as a baby, up and down in one's arms or on one's knee in affectionate play. I've never heard of this. A baby is moving up and down in somebody's arm or on one's knee. That's called dandle? I didn't know. Yeah, I'm just imagining you hold a baby up on your legs and then their knees bend and they go up and down and they're very happy to be there. They're dandling. Dandling? Yeah, dandling. Dandling. Number 2, the synonyms are pamper and pet. Pamper and pet. Well, it would be great if we knew where this word came from, but we don't. Origin is unknown. How did somebody name this pampering pet thing or a baby moving up and down? I don't know. Dandle. It's a funny word. Next word is dandruff. D-A-N-D-R-U-F-F. Yesterday, the last episode we had dander, which is like dandruff. Noun from 1545. Just one long definition. Scaly, white, or grayish flakes of dead skin cells, especially of the scalp. Also, the condition marked by excessive shedding of such flakes and usually accompanied by itching. This is probably from the prefix dand, D-A-N-D, which we didn't actually have the prefix in yesterday's episode. So that's interesting. Plus the suffix rough, which is probably from the Middle English word rove, which means scabby condition. Also from Old Norse, hrufa, which means scab, akin to the Old High German hruf, which means scurf, S-C-U-R-F. Also from the Lithuanian kropus, which means rough. Huh, interesting. So rough, skin, scabby condition. Huh, rough, yeah. And then the dand. We don't know where the dand came from. But that's what it is. I don't know. I guess I've had a little bit of dandruff in my life. I just have a very thick head of hair, and maybe it just the skin cells don't got nowhere to go. So I use one of them fancy, skin care hair things, shampoo, conditioner, all in one. It seems like it does a fine job. It's nothing. It's not a thing that I really worry about. And if people are grossed out by it, I don't know. It's not like there's flakes on my shoulders. I don't think. I'm looking. I don't think so. There is that classic scene in The Breakfast Club where, well, if you've seen it, you know. And if you haven't seen it, maybe you should watch it. But there's a great dandruff scene there. That's all I think I got to say about dandruff. Oh, dandruffy. That is an adjective. Next word is dandy. Here's the dandy. First form, noun from circa 1780. If you dandify a thing, it becomes a dandy, which is, number one, a man who gives exaggerated attention to personal appearance. A man who gives exaggerated attention. So, they're worrying about their skin and their muscles and their hair and everything. I think this is definitely a more older term for this kind of thing. I think we don't really use this word in that way, or at least most people don't. Number two, I also feel like some people have different definitions. But anyway, number two, something excellent in its class. So, this podcast, it's a dandy. Oh, the dictionary, the dictionary, it's such a dandy of all the podcasts. Dandyish is an adjective, and dandyishly is an adverb. This is probably short for jack-a-dandy, jack hyphen a or a hyphen dandy, which is from the first form of jack plus a, which means of, plus dandy, and the origin of that is unknown. So I think this is for the number one, man who gives exaggerated attention to personal appearance. They probably called them a jack-a-dandy, which was jack of dandy, I guess, and then it just became dandy. All right, so now if we connect this to dandify, to cause to resemble a dandy. So I maybe it's the first definition, maybe it's the second one, something excellent in its class. Maybe if you make something excellent in its class, you are dandifying it. We'll never know. But we have a second form of dandy. Dandy. Oh, wait. I have to call out the vegan marshmallows. Dandies. Is it my dandies? Dandies? I want some dandies. I'll post a link. They're Chicago-born vegan marshmallows, which are great. I think I have some at home. Okay. Next word is this second form of dandy. Adjective from 1792. 1. Of, relating to, or suggestive of a dandy. And I believe that would be more like the first definition of the last one, because the synonym is foppish. And I don't think this is always the nicest term that sometimes people use. Some people probably like to use it for themselves, which is great, but I don't feel like it always has the best connotation behind it. Not always. Sometimes it does. Not always. Number 2, very good. And the synonym is first rate, as in a dandy place to stay. Again, I don't think this word gets used quite as often as it used to. Next word, dandyism. Dandy with a Y plus ISM. Noun from 1819. 1. The style or conduct of a dandy. So if a dandy is just living their life being a dandy, that is dandyism. 2. A literary and artistic style of the latter part of the 19th century marked by artificiality and excessive refinement. So this would be the second half of the 1800s, say 1850 to 1900. That's the time period we're talking about. literary artistic style that is marked by artificiality, so things that are artificial and a lot of refinement. What is that? Maybe if we find a picture of a piece of art that is considered dandyism, maybe we'll post that on the social media at dictionarypod, because you've never heard me say that before. I wonder what that looks like. Should we move on? Okay. It is the word Dane with a capital D. Noun from the 14th century. I guess I should probably say it is spelled D-A-N-E, although if you know your alphabet and how things are in alphabetical order, you probably could have figured that out. Number 1, a native or inhabitant of Denmark. They're called Danes. Number 2, a person of Danish descent. And we have, yesterday's episode, we had Dan. That's an abbreviation for Danish. Danish, Dane, Dan. Number 3, the synonym is Great Dane, which of course is a dog, although I guess it could be a person of Danish descent. Oh, that Dane is so great. Let's move on. It is Danegeld. D-A-N-E-G-E-L-D, all one word. Danegeld. Noun from before the 12th century. An annual tax believed to have been imposed originally to buy off Danish invaders in England or to maintain forces to oppose them, but continued as a land tax. Wow, we're getting a history lesson here. The Danegeld. Yeah, geld, similar to gold. It reminds me of money. They used to call the geldlings, I think those were in the Dark Crystal or something. The gelflings, that's what those were. But then, yeah, geld, it's like money. So this is the tax to buy off Danish invaders in maybe we'll find a Wikipedia link so we can learn more about this. Next one. It is Danelaw. Danelaw with a capital D, all one word. Law is spelled like the laws of the planet, lawyer's law. Noun from before the 12th century. 1. The law in force in the part of England held by the Danes before the Norman conquest. So people from Denmark came over to England and they owned a place, and I guess the law that they enforced was called Danelaw. It's the law of the Danes. I really don't know a lot about this history. Number 2, the part of England under the Danelaw. So there was Danelaw, and that area was called Danelaw. I wonder what part it is. Yeah, we're going to have to post another link, or maybe it's all the same link, and then the taxes were Danegeld. Clever names. Next is the first form of dang, D-A-N-G, transitive verb from circa 1797, and we have the number 4 definition for the word damn, which I still haven't recorded. I'm trying to get ahead. That one was just to swear at or curse. So dang it, I am cursing you. It's a euphemism. That's what the etymology says. It's a euphemism. A euphemism? Interesting. Next is the second form of dang, adjective or adverb from 1914, and the synonym is damned. I don't know why I like this word, dang, but I like to say dang it. Dang it. Next word, it is danger. First form, noun from the 13th century. 1A is archaic, and the synonym is jurisdiction. So yeah, clearly it's archaic. I have never heard of the word danger used in jurisdiction context. We've got more old ways to say this word, to use this word. 1B is obsolete. The synonyms are reach and range. How far does the range go? The reach, something is the danger. Fascinating. Number 2 is also obsolete. Synonyms are harm and damage. That one doesn't seem as obsolete as the other two. Harm, if something's dangerous, it might bring you harm, so that kind of makes sense. 3, exposure or liability to injury, pain, harm, or loss, as in a place where children could play without danger. I think that would be a great place for all people, young and old, and in the middle. We don't want no danger. It's funny, people talk about when they were kids, like me, when I was a kid, there wasn't really a whole lot of concern. You just go hang out, go bike around, hang out till the sun goes down. But, times have changed. Have they, though? I think there was some study that maybe technically we're not as unsafe, but people think we are more unsafe. And so they don't let kids go out, and I don't know. Glad I don't have kids. Number 4, a case or cause of danger, as in the dangers of mining. Yes, there are a lot of dangers of mining, between things could fall on your head, small or large, or just the stuff in the air, the breaking up of the coal, the rock, whatever it is, that could get in your lungs, and that's very unsafe. There's a lot of danger down there. The etymology says it is from, let's see, we're going all the way back to Latin dominium. That's where it goes to, that's where it comes from, and that means ownership. So, interesting. How did it evolve to go from this ownership idea, which makes sense if you look at these archaic and obsolete ones, jurisdiction, reach, range, those are all about the ownership, how far does your land go, the reach, the range of it. But then it became this idea of injury, pain, harm, loss. That is fascinating. I might need to go to Etym Online and see if we can get some more information on the evolution of that. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. Second form of danger is a transitive verb from the 14th century. This one is also archaic, and the synonym is endanger, with an en at the beginning. So the act of endangering used to be just danger, but for some reason we thought we should add the en at the beginning, which is fine. We did that for a lot of words. Not sure why. We have one more word for this episode, and we have some wonderful synonym information, although I haven't read it, so I don't know if it's wonderful, but I assume it is. It is the word dangerous. Okay, it's an adjective from the 15th century. 1, exposing to or involving dangerous. No, involving danger is dangerous. As in, a dangerous job. I don't have a dangerous job. There are lots and lots of dangerous jobs, and I hope they get financially, I can't think of the word. I hope they get paid good. That's what I hope. Because, dangerous jobs, gross jobs, dirty jobs, mostly the dangerous jobs. I don't think I am cut out for something like that. I'm cut out for sitting here at a desk talking in a microphone. Number 2, able or likely to inflict injury or harm, as in a dangerous man. Why is this man dangerous? Because they are able to inflict injury or likely to inflict injury. Maybe if there's a person on the loose and they've got a weapon or they are not happy with things, they are considered dangerous. Dangerously is an adverb. Dangerousness is a noun. And here is the synonym information. Dangerous, hazardous, precarious, perilous, and risky mean bringing or involving the chance of loss or injury. That's the overall definition for those. Dangerous applies to something that may cause harm or loss unless dealt with carefully, as in soldiers on a dangerous mission. They have to deal with this mission very carefully. Hazardous implies great and continuous risk of harm or failure, as in claims that smoking is hazardous to your health. There are claims that smoking is hazardous to your health. There is science to back that up. Smoking, specifically tobacco, cigarettes, pipes, tobacco, I said that, cigars, all that stuff. Hazardous to your health, great and continuous risk if you keep on doing it. Precarious suggests both insecurity and uncertainty, as in earned a precarious living by gambling. Oh yes, that's very insecure and uncertain. You don't know which way it's going to go with gambling. It might be great, might be bad, ups and downs. Not a great way to live your life. Very precarious. It's like living your life on a tightrope. Perilous strongly implies the immediacy of danger, as in perilous mountain roads. You have to be extremely careful. There could be a landslide. If you walk or drive a little too close to the edge, you could fall. Much danger immediately. And risky often applies to a known and accepted danger, as in shield away from risky investments. We know that they could be dangerous in some way. We know it. You can avoid it maybe. There's no additional etymology for this one. So what did we have today? We had dandify. Not a bad word. Dandle. That one was pretty interesting with the etymology. Dandruff. A lot of people have that. Dandy. Dandy. People are dandies. Something excellent is dandy. Dandyism. That's the art. Dane. Somebody from Denmark. I'm just reminding myself of all these things. Dane Geld. That's the text. Dane law. That's the law. Not so interested in these Dane words myself. Dang. Dang. Those are pretty good. Danger. Danger. Danger Will Robinson, Carlos Danger, 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 Danger Cat, Danger, what was that? Danger Mouse? And Dangerous. Well, I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about just dang as the word of the episode. I mean, it is very good to try to avoid danger unless you really love living on the edge and... You know, it's fun. I've done some dangerous things. I did skydiving. I did bungee jumping. Probably some other things that I can't think of at the moment. But you know, they were pretty safe. A lot of things in place to make it not so dangerous. Yeah. Okay, so I guess let's just pick dang as the word of the episode. Dang, 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 dang. Dang it. Dag nabbit. All right. I think that's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you so much for putting up with me. And I hope you're doing great in this August times of 2022. I hope you're all still being safe from COVID. It's not gone. Will it ever be gone? Probably not. Be safe. Wear your mask. Go get vaccinated. Don't be dumb. Don't go out into dangerous situations if you don't have to. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye.